Okay, the time being 10:02, we'll get started. And first up, I'll open the public hearing on HB 402.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Dave Luno, representing the people of Hopkinton and Bow. Concord actually used to be in my district too, so I don't give them up very easily. And as I always like to say, we also all represent people all across the Granite State because the issues that come before this committee have statewide impact on all Granite Staters. And I know we're always trying to do the best thing for everybody together. So anyway, I'm here this morning to introduce House Bill 402, which is relative to liability as taxable income of education freedom account payments. So we've talked a lot about putting guardrails on the state's relatively new education freedom account program. The governor even mentioned support for things that would strengthen the program during her inaugural address. And that's what we've been talking about too. Things like fraud prevention, things like eligibility requirements, things like criminal history background checks for service providers, things like accountability. How well do we know, how well the kids are doing? We just don't know. Things like being subject to a state performance audit. How do we know whether the program is performing according to the law? We just don't know. But unlike these guardrails to strengthen the program, House Bill 402 is more about being truthful, honest to taxpayers who are taxed to pay for the voucher program, and honest to families who participate in the voucher program. It's simple. It repeals the one line in RSA 194 F:2, Roman 6, that reads, quote, funds deposited in an EFA shall not constitute taxable income to the parent or the EFA student. So let's hold on for a second. Is New Hampshire currently saying in state law that EFA funds are not subject to federal taxes? So let's be clear. I'm not here to say that EFA payments are subject to federal tax or exempt from federal tax. I'll say it again. I'm not saying that EFA payments are or aren't considered to be taxable income by the IRS. In fact, the IRS has a webpage titled, Do I include my scholarship, fellowship, or education grant as income on my tax return? They've got a website on this. And it includes a tool to determine whether these EFA payments are taxable. In any case, it's not our role at the state level to determine what is or isn't taxable under federal law. And more to the point, we should not provide bad information to our constituents when it comes to federal tax liabilities. That's both misleading and deceptive. So what's going on at the federal level? So Senator Ted Cruz of Texas actually filed legislation in past sessions of Congress to amend the federal tax code to make education freedom accounts free of federal tax liability to the student and to the family. So straight from that Senator Cruz's bill, it reads, quote, not treated as income. The amount of any such scholarship shall not be treated as income to the student or their parents for purposes of federal tax laws or for determining eligibility for any other federal program. And you can actually find this on page 9 of Senator Cruz's bill. But that legislation failed. So what's this all mean? Well, maybe it means that EFA payments are taxable at the federal level. I mean, why else would Senator Cruz have filed that legislation? So tax law is really complicated. I know you guys know that. I don't have to say that in the Ways and Means Committee. I'm on the Education Committee. But as an engineer, I can attest to that too. I don't have an LLM in tax. I don't have the tax chops to get into the weeds of the federal tax code. But as a taxpayer, I know that some income is taxable, and I know that some expenses can be deducted from certain income. For example, a 529 distribution used for tuition has no tax liability, but a 529 distribution used to buy a laptop might be subject to federal tax. So what's this all mean? It means we should recommend this bill as ought to pass so that we're not providing misleading or deceiving information to EFA families when it comes to the tax liability that may be incurred. Or maybe we should amend this and recommend it ought to pass as amended, so it's not misleading, and at least let these families understand their federal tax liabilities and let taxpayers know how efficiently their money is being used for a public benefit program like our school voucher program. Passing this bill is honest, transparent, and responsible to voucher families and to taxpayers, and that's what we should do. I'm happy to take some questions. I know there's some experts sitting behind me that can take very technical questions.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Regarding this particular bill, I'm assuming you, like I, have received 1099s
Correct.
before. However, my understanding of the current EFA situation is that's already been accounted for as either taxable income or tax exempt income. Is that your understanding as well?
My understanding, and this is only based on the technical advisory that the IRS has prepared, the one that I talked about. That some things, some scholarship money would not be subject to federal income tax if used in certain ways, but other scholarship money would be subject to federal income tax if used for certain things. So it's just it's different.
Understood. And if there's subtleties as to where the revenue is originated, may I use the analogy that this appears to be a 10-pound sledge when a finish hammer may be necessary.
And I appreciate that that point, Representative Ulrich, and like I said, I think this committee could certainly see to it to make our laws not misleading or deceptive to families, so that they can consider whether or not payments directed by them through the Children's Scholarship Fund to service providers are or are not subject to federal income tax. There is a section in the legislation that calls for 1099s. When I'd started a tech company many years ago, and I know there was a period of time where our company needed to provide 1099s to various suppliers that were over a certain amount. I'm not sure where that law stands today, but certainly that could be something that could be pulled out of this bill and make it really just clear to families that they need to work with their advisors in terms of what's taxable and what's not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you, or maybe somebody else, give us an example of what you would describe as misleading in something, an example of
Sure.
what this might be to help?
Sure.
Thank you.
Where the misleading part is in sure I get the right section here, is in our current law, in our current statute for EFAs in 194F, there is a sentence, and I referenced it, in 194F:2, Roman 6, that reads, quote, "Funds deposited in an EFA shall not constitute taxable income to the parent or the EFA student." My understanding is that, I mean, clearly New Hampshire doesn't have an income tax, so, and New Hampshire could set its own tax policy with respect to New Hampshire taxes. But this doesn't talk about whether it's a state tax or federal tax. Taxable income, well, we certainly don't have that in New Hampshire, so I'm assuming this would mean, this would lead me to believe it's talking about federal tax liability. And as a state, I don't think we're in a position to determine what constitutes federal tax liability. So that's really the subject of this bill, is eliminating what is potentially misleading and deceptive.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Opal.
So, just to be clear, Representative, as some people have asked me about this legislation, this is not an attempt to impose a tax on EFAs. This is simply to say that under federal tax law, which I'm certainly not qualified to describe at the moment either, but under federal tax law, certain kinds of expenditures from the EFA fund could be potentially taxable. Is that?
That's correct. And you know, there was some very poor journalism maybe a couple months ago that sort of alleged that this was the state of New Hampshire looking to impose a tax on voucher payments. No, this is not about that at all. I mean, it was obviously it contained that story. Contained some really wildly incorrect statements, including statements from the Commissioner of Education that suggested that the state maybe should tax, you know, the per pupil amount that gets sent to public school districts. So should tax students for that, which you know, it just clearly showed that the people who were making these statements hadn't even read the bill. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? I guess I have one question.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Representative. Has there been any instance where this is, you said this line, the state has no jurisdiction over, has there been any court cases regarding this as far as you know?
I'm not aware of any, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Terrific, thank you very much.
Next I have Packy Campbell.
Good morning. My name is Packy Campbell. I am a retired state rep from Farmington, New Hampshire. I had the honor of serving on the House Education Committee and was immersed in a lot of the education funding bills. And I'm happy to report that 20 plus years later, we target money to communities. We use an adequate education grant to do it. And we meet our constitutional obligation by funding the cost of adequacy. House Bill 402 should be voted inexpedient to legislate or amend it to include taxation on all students who receive an adequate education grant for attendance in a government-run school program. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution states that all people in similar situations must be treated equally by the law. This bill is a violation of that by separating out students who receive the constitutional obligation of adequacy payments through the EFA program. Students in government-run schools receive the same financial benefit as the state pays directly for the adequate education cost to government-run schools, providing that educational service. This bill is a solution looking for a problem. We need to cut spending and find reasonable resources for paying for the cost of education. We should not be taxing spending programs that we are constitutionally required to provide for the cost of the opportunity for an adequate education. That's what our state law says. Does anyone think taxing the Education Trust Fund will help pay for the cost of providing for an adequate education? That really concludes my statement, but I think I obviously think that this is a tax, would create a tax for taxpayers in New Hampshire. Just because we don't have an income tax, I'm a self-employed businessman, so I pay the business enterprise and the business profit tax. And anyone situated like me that receives this EFA program to their students would then have to add that to their state income, which is an income tax on LLCs. So this is clearly a tax on anyone who owns their own small business. And it's a regressive tax, specifically targeting a program that has wonderful benefits. I think this is a great program. It should continue to be exempt from New Hampshire small business taxes that are a form of income tax. And I hate to admit that in my no income tax state of New Hampshire and my live free or die beliefs. But the reality is, if you change this language in this bill, that anyone who's self-employed would have to declare this income on their state tax return, and they would be eligible to add that to whatever their business enterprise and business profit tax obligations are. I don't think that we should tax education funds. I know there's some great philosophical divides, and I respect those in the validity of the program. The program, I obviously believe in it. But the idea of taxing money from the Education Trust Fund, I hope no one on the Ways and Means Committee would think that that's even remotely a good idea. This is foolish legislation, and you should vote it ITL, and I thank the committee for their time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next I have Stephen Matthew.
Matthew, what's your French? My name is Stephen Matthew. I own Legacy Financial Solutions and LFS Tax Group. We're a tax and accounting firm serving over 1,200 clients in the state of New Hampshire, many of whom contribute to the education freedom accounts, and many of our assisting in getting this off the ground, back from 2011 or 12 when Tom DeBlois and the state senate first proposed this type of a thing. We've looked at this and we basically feel that this particular bill is a bill in search of a problem that doesn't exist. First of all, Representative was it Luna didn't mention Pub 970. IRS Pub 970, which basically exempts, and I'm going to just read you the specific language, the value of, a fellowship grant or scholarship that is provided to an individual is excluded from income. The value of contributed services and accommodations, this includes services and accommodations such as room, lodging, boards, meals, that are received by an individual as part of a scholarship or fellowship grant. The amount of tuition, matriculation, and other fees that are paid for or remitted to the student to aid the student in pursuing the study or research, and any amount received in the nature of a family allowance as part of a scholarship or fellowship grant. That's all right out of Pub 970 IRS. I don't know any accountant across the country that would ever assume this to be taxable income. The Ted Cruz bill was merely to make absolutely certain that nobody tried to tax these things, because there are people out there that would read into things that don't exist, and it's just absolutely for clarification. Second point I would make is, does anybody here know what the annual gift tax exclusion is for federal gift tax purposes this year? It's $19,000. In addition to that, you can make what are called exempt gifts. So a grandparent, for example, can pay tuition, education fees, costs, room and board for a student going to any private or non-public institution, and that is an exempt gift. So it could be $57,000 to go to Union College. It could be to go to a high school. All right, well, basically the rich can do this. But if what we're doing is we're setting it up a potential for taxation for the rank and file, for low income or moderate income people. Why would we do that? You're hurting the very people that need this the most. It makes no sense. And so my point is, don't even consider this. Leave it, let the sleeping dog lie. This is, as far as the federal government, Pub 970 is concerned, as far as us as tax preparers who have been dealing with clients, we have 1,200 in our tax business. We've never ever, included any of this as taxable income. So that's my point. Steve Matthew. I'm with LFS Tax Group.
Thank you. Would you
Any
take questions?
Yeah.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. IRS Pub 970, could you, get a copy to us of that?
Any of you can access it just by putting in IRS Pub 970 on your phone. It'll
And-
come right up.
Yeah, okay, and the gift tax, do you know, off the top of your head where that, is, what publication or what line, is covered with that?
I have tax charts, and the IRS puts those out every single year as to what the tax code is and what the exemptions are. So if anybody wants a copy of that, I'm glad to get that to you.
Oh,
Will you take
I'll
another
give you
question?
my email address is steve@lfstaxgroup.com, and I'll send you the tax chart if you'd like it. Steve@lfs, as in Larry Frank Stephen, taxgroup.com.
Thank you, that would be very helpful.
Okay,
And will you take one more question?
sure.
What would be the cost to prepare and send out for each one of the individuals who receives an EFA, a form, not a 1099 form?
Well, if they all of a sudden have to start doing a tax return because of this particular income, whatever, whoever does their tax returns, if they did it on TurboTax, it'd be one thing. If they did it through an accounting firm like ours, our minimum fee is $250, but
That's not exactly what I'm asking. To prepare and send out the 1099.
that's another thing on behalf of the whoever
Dispersing agency, yeah.
dispersing agent would it's going to cost them typically, for us to send out 1099s for some of our client business owners, we're charging $100 because a 1096 has got to go to the IRS, and then another $35 per 1099 that we have to send out. So it depends on how many they're sending out. So if you have an organization like here in New Hampshire, you have Children's Scholarship Fund, and I don't know how many recipients they have, be 2,000, figure the cost, the time, the postage of getting all of those out could be substantial, and it significantly adds to their administrative cost.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Anybody else?
just a simple question. The
Sure.
19,000, was that 2025 or 2024?
2025.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And the last pink card I have here is Bill Ardinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bill Ardinger. I'm an attorney with the law firm Rath, Young and Pignatelli in Concord. I am here on my own behalf, on behalf of myself. I'm a tax attorney. I am not here on behalf of any client of our firm. Many of you know that our firm represents clients. This is in my role as in my personal role. I had the pleasure of serving on this committee in 1980 to 82 when I was a student at University of New Hampshire. That started my love of tax policy and tax law. I went to Washington for a few years and then came home to New Hampshire where I raised my family, and have worked as a tax lawyer since that original introduction to tax law on this committee in 1980. I also recently had the pleasure of being appointed by Governor Sununu to the 2020 Education Funding Study Committee, and I had the opportunity to serve with Representative Luno, Representative Ames, and many other folks, Representative Ladd, on that committee. During that effort, we looked at the entire scope of New Hampshire's public school funding system, not only the traditional system for 150,000 plus students, but also Education Freedom Account, which is up to around 5,700 students now. So I would like to comment in support of the key part of House Bill 402, which would repeal the section that Representative Luno said, which says that the education funding account payments are not taxable income to the parent or the families. I believe that is inaccurate. as a matter of federal tax law, and I'll walk you through why here in a minute. And I believe that the state of New Hampshire should not put what could be viewed as tax advice into a statute, and that tax advice could be wrong, and someone could rely on it and suffer consequences. So if I could please just, I do have on page 3 of the report before you, a brief summary of the New Hampshire EFA program. I'm not going to focus on that, but what it does do is it has the state funding payments to the scholarship organization, the Children's Scholarship Fund, which is the administrator, and they provide payments to the education service providers who are previously registered for the benefit of specific students, eligible students who are designated by the state of New Hampshire. That's our program. On page 4, I focus exactly on the statutory section in the bill, the 194F2. Funds deposited in an EFA shall not constitute taxable income to the parent or the EFA student. That statement is incorrect. And state law has no power to change the effect of federal tax law. I would like to turn next on page 5 to the actual section of the Internal Revenue Code that governs the taxability for federal income tax purposes of scholarship payments. That section is section 117 of the Internal Revenue Code. That section says that if you receive certain payments, qualified scholarships, and the amount is used for qualified tuition and related expenses, that payment is exempt from federal income tax. So there are payments that are scholarships that are not taxable under federal law. What are those? Well, first, tuition and fees that are for the purpose of the enrollment or attendance of a student at an educational organization. That's a defined term. And fees, books, supplies, and equipment required by courses at that educational institution. An educational organization is defined as an entity that is normally maintains a regular facility and curriculum, normally has a regularly enrolled body of pupils or students at the place where its educational activities are regularly carried on. This is what you would think of as the traditional paradigm of a scholarship payment. It's something that has gone to help people attend, University of New Hampshire or something like that. That's the traditional. This is a long-standing section of the code, and it is well established. On page 6, my prior colleague who testified talked about a general publication, 970, which applies to all income. The IRS has issued a publication specifically on scholarships, fellowships, and other grants, and they say exactly what's tax-free and exactly what's taxable. Amounts used for incidental expenses such as room and board, travel, optional equipment, payments received for teaching, research, and other services as a condition for the grant. These other expenses are taxable. But a pure reimbursement for tuition at a regular school with a regular student body and a regular curriculum, those are exempt from taxation under the federal income tax law. We've noted some on page 7, some of the federal legislation. This issue is an issue in Washington. There are several bills, in addition to Senator Cruz's bill. There's other bills like House HR 9462 that would seek to expand Section 117 to include things like online educational material costs, college application test costs, educational therapies for students with special needs provided by accredited practitioners, and similar homeschool costs. Importantly, under current federal income tax law, costs associated with homeschooling that you receive a payment for, those are not exempt from federal income taxation as a scholarship payment. If we get to the next section, this is where this is the clear example, Representative Ullery and I think Representative Malloy. In the EFA statute, there's a list of expenditures that are covered, that are eligible under the EFA program. Those go through paragraph A through O. On this one page, taking risks with how complicated the federal income tax laws are, I have made an attempt to show the issues that this bill is supposed to address. Of the entire list, A through O, only 2 paragraphs are likely not taxable. And I would say likely because the facts of every case matter. Paragraph A, tuition and fees at a private school. Those should be eligible for exemption under section 117 of the code. In addition, if you go down to M is the traditional paradigm. Tuition and fees at an institution of higher education. Those should be exempt from federal income tax law. If you look at every other item in the list of eligible expenses for the EFA program, there are questions about whether those payments would be taxable under the federal income tax law. Some of them that I marked in red, absolutely taxable. And recipients who receive that, for example, tutoring services provided by an individual or a tutoring facility, there are actual guidance out there. Those are not tax exempt scholarship payments. They are not. And if you look at other ones, for example, educational software and applications, unless those are mandated by a regular school with a regular student body, with a regular group of students, they are not exempt from federal income tax. So of all of these payments that are indicated under the EFA program that are eligible, there are significant parts of that that are not eligible for scholarship exemption treatment. If we go to the problem is page 9, here's the problem of misleading. I was not that worried about this when this issue first came up with the original EFAs because the EFA program was limited to very, very low income people. And in many cases, you only have to file, if like married filing jointly, you only have to file a tax return if your gross income is over around 30,000. So under the original versions of the EFA program, which were focused on low income, it was kind of like a no harm, no foul. Many of the recipients aren't filing tax returns, so failure to declare these payments as taxable income, if they are, wouldn't expose them to violating federal tax law. However, if you look at the next page 10, the federal poverty level times 350%, we're up to a family of 4 earning $109,000. That's guaranteed that family is filing a federal income tax return. If that family of 4 receives $5,000 per child, and they do homeschooling on an online program that isn't part of it, those amounts are taxable. That would be $20,000. That's roughly the average that based on New Hampshire DOE. That's a problem for the state of New Hampshire and this committee and this legislature to say in a statute that the amounts received under this program shall not constitute taxable income. That potentially misleads a recipient to thinking, well, I don't have to report this on my federal tax return. That is wrong. If we come to conclusions, last 2 pages, and be happy to take questions, EFA payments may be taxable income. 194 F2 Roman 6 is inaccurate. It should be repealed. HB 402 seeks to avoid misleading EFA families. It seeks to protect the state from possible lawsuits in the future that they gave incorrect tax advice. And it definitely, as Representative Bluno says, repealing this section does not impose any new tax. That's a ridiculous characterization that was in that journal article. And I was stunned that someone would say that. And then finally, the final page is just a reminder. I have had the opportunity over my years in New Hampshire to structure many programs, including the Business Finance Authority back in 91 and many, many more. I love this state. And my key in structuring programs, always do it with due diligence and make sure that you're not, making unintentional payments of a stream that's designed to benefit citizens of this state, families of this state, that we're taking slices out unintentionally. And so if you look at, the current traditional structure is well established. When the kids go to a regular public school, they don't have any income. They're receiving services. It is not taxable. But in this more creative alternative program, this effort at reform, there is a risk that you're taking slices. So your dollar of spending that goes through the through the public school program gets you $1 of services, but $1 through the EFA program is being charged that, up to 10% cost by the administrator, and also potentially for a family of four, at 350% of poverty, potentially costing 20%, rough tax rate, federal income tax rate. That would mean you're getting 70 cents of service. And is it possible to structure this program so that it doesn't have this risk? Yes, but you'd have to limit it to the clear categories that are tax-free under federal income tax law. I'd be happy to take any questions, and I thank this committee for its work.
Thank you. Representative Ulrich.
Good to see you again. Thank you. Well, I shouldn't say good.
Oh, come on,
You're an
Representative
attorney. Firstly, I pay taxes for my local school. If I were to give money to a private school in town, why can't I take that off as a expense as well?
The answer to that is if the private school has gone through the effort of qualifying as a 501c3 organization, and many of them have, they would be a charitable organization under 501c3, and under section 170, your contribution to that school would be tax deductible, with one exception, Representative Ulrich. If you give the money to the school and you say, strings attached, I want that money I gave to the school to benefit my kid on a scholarship, that would not be deductible, and that would that would not qualify. There's clear law on that. So you can't designate the charitable deduction for a particular student.
Follow up.
Thank you. Okay, I understand that. I'm trying to synthesize. You've worked with the legislature. Got to get this down to one page.
Yes,
Got to get it down to one paragraph.
correct.
New Hampshire cannot set federal law requirements. Correct?
Easy. That's exactly right.
New Hampshire can set limits on what it considers taxable income, even
Absolutely,
though we do not have an income tax.
absolutely right.
And the ruling, I think your key phrase in here, this was an issue for and from Washington to handle.
If the federal income tax law has a question, only Congress and Washington can fix it.
But at the same time, the current EFA law, which the members should have, needs to be modified in certain areas. So it's not, the terminology of taxable income is not misleading regarding the federal obligation that may or may not exist.
Correct. Only each family that receives the benefit of the EFA payment can make the decision on their tax return whether it is taxable or not. It would be kind of an easy thing if I believe this paradigm case, if an EFA payment is made to the scholarship organization and then paid to a 501c3 religious school, let's say, like a traditional Catholic school in town here, for example, and that covers tuition costs of attending, that is exempt from tax under section 117. I can say that with a clarity because that's exactly what the law is in Washington and the federal law is intending to exempt. But if it gets into things like a payment where the family purchases internet connectivity or SAT test prep costs, those things are taxable. Only the family knows. The state can't know that.
So the caveat is caveat emptor.
Well, let me just say this. Caveat emptor is not what this sentence does. The sentence that's in the law right now has the situation where someone goes, hey, I'm filing out, like doing it myself on TurboTax. I'm not going to declare this 20,000 for the 4 kids that are being homeschooled because the state statute says it. And I'm going to rely on that. And then all of a sudden, let's say they get audited, not a common occurrence, but let's say they do. And the auditor says you should have reported this. Did you intentionally not report it? And all of a sudden that family's in a world of pain. They've got potential civil penalties, there's potential criminal penalties, and all of a sudden that family gets all up in arms, says, I've had to hire a lawyer, a stinking lawyer, cost me a bunch of money. I'm going to sue the state to reimburse me for misleading me.
Right.
That's where it can bite. So caveat emptor is if you leave it blank and you don't speak one way or another, I think the state has properly left it in a caveat emptor state. But if you have this sentence in the law, you're tipping the balance where you're biting on a risk, which is potentially misleading a family, where you don't have to. The state doesn't have to speak on the taxability, federal taxability. You can't. And just to the merits, all the people who testified are right. This program is a program, has been around in places like Milwaukee, where the public school systems have clearly failed. In Washington, D.C., where they clearly failed. Voucher programs are important avenues for reform in the right place. On our education funding committee, study committee, we found out that New Hampshire's public school system, which educates about over 150,000 students every year, is in the top 10 in terms of quality of outcome and top 10 of supporting public schools. Our public school systems are working based on our study. And there is a real question to get this program right. Don't make footfalls. You can make this program right. You just got to think about it and be direct about your knowledge on the applicable law and risks.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Excuse me. So, in your testimony, can we agree, and I was a little confused with something you said, and maybe you can just answer this for me, the recipients or the benefactors of the EFA programs, do they get those funds in hand?
They do not get those
Correct.
funds in hand.
Okay, so
If they do, it's a violation of the program.
exactly to my point, those funds are distributed to providers.
Correct.
So I guess my question to you is, how is it that a low-income family that derives a benefit from an EFA with a benefit that they've never seen in hand comes up with the money to pay what you believe is a taxable component? They're applying for and benefiting with the EFAs, but all of a sudden they have to pay out of pocket for a tax on a dollar that they didn't put in their pocket.
Representative, I think it's a great question. So think of the traditional scholarship payment. Kid goes to Claremont Stevens High School like me and my wife. I met her there. And the kid applies for a scholarship. The organization grants the scholarship. The organization pays the amount to the University of New Hampshire for the benefit of this child or this student at that point, and it reduces the cost to that student of the tuition for UNH. In that case, the dollar has never hit the student's pocket. And the law says in that situation, that flow of benefit, the student clearly benefit, didn't put cash in the pocket and then transfer it to the school, but the kid benefited. In that case, it says, in general, all income is subject to tax, and that includes benefits like that. But in this specific case, the IRS code, the Internal Revenue Code says that scholarship payment to UNH is not reportable as taxable income by the kid. This situation, if we had a situation at the federal level where you had a student apply for a scholarship and they paid the money to a tutoring firm, it was not required by UNH, and that tutoring firm provided the service for the benefit of that student, that would be taxable under Section 117, even though the cash didn't hit the kid's pocket when then he paid to the student, to tutoring company. In other words, that's the way it works for federal tax law.
Follow up?
I appreciate your position on that, but we're talking about optional post elementary education here. Two apples and oranges. You know, you're giving me an example about university components. We're talking about K through 12.
Representative,
That is required.
I used it because that's the paradigm. I can change it to a private school, scholarship to a private K through 12 school, exact same treatment. No difference under federal tax law.
Follow up?
Okay, and we can agree to disagree, and there's two opinions on this. Do you think
Don't
that,
file a tax return like that.
well, no, I just heard a tax attorney tell me that this is not taxable and he would not file that.
I
So,
think
so
he-
we have differing opinions. I
think
guess
he
my
will also
question
be
to you
good
is
for his
this.
client.
Can we, excuse, we've
Sorry.
got to have one person talking at a time right
Thank you.
now.
Sorry.
Should, in your opinion, the New Hampshire legislature get into having voice in what is federal tax code in our statute? Is that what
No.
you're suggesting?
We should not say a thing about federal tax law in our statute. That's what this bill does, is it removes saying something about federal tax law in our statute.
And how,
Follow up?
no, thank you.
Okay. I've got a couple more questions here, but let me just ask, does the federal tax code, does federal law preempt state law?
In almost all situations, yes. There is a supremacy clause in our Constitution. And so if Congress enacts a law in a field of law like tax, it is, but in this case, the tax only sets the federal level of tax. In terms of preemption, the Congress has passed some laws that would preempt states from imposing taxes on certain income. So they've done it there, but it's a complicated question.
Yeah. So, and is ignorance of the law a defense?
No, it is not.
Okay. So if somebody looks at this and says, "Oh, I don't have to file," but they don't have the full picture, they didn't look at the federal law, then technically, does the state have liability? Because we all know federal law preempts, and you should have looked at the federal law as well.
It would be, it's kind of one, I appreciate the question, Mr. Chairperson. The question is, the way I'm hearing you frame it is, hey, we could leave this in here because no one's going to actually be able to ultimately sue us because we weren't intentionally misleading them and they were making their own decision. But why would you have a potentially incorrect statement in the statute? You could change it by saying funds deposited in an EFA shall not constitute taxable income under any New Hampshire tax. You could put that in and that would be accurate because it's definitely not income under the BET, which I helped Governor Merrill write the BET back in 93. It's definitely not taxable income under the Business Profits Act. We don't have an income tax of any other kind that would tax it.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Doucette. Actually, I'm sorry, well, you have kind of
Just along those lines, you'd agree with me that the IRS has a robust compliance and auditing system that they follow. So if there's an issue, it's their horse to chase, correct?
they audit, yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you for your summary of very complex tax laws. My question is, has there been any adjudication of the New Hampshire laws, either now that's been adjudicated or pending?
Representative Ohm, it's great to see you again. No, there has not, to my knowledge, been any case addressing, remember, what we see right now happening across the country is the increasing expansion of this alternative education service delivery regime, vouchers or EFAs or whatever you call them. It's happening in Arizona, it's happening in Ohio, happening in Florida, North Carolina, and potentially New Hampshire. There have been no cases, Representative Ohm, I think principally because the scope of the programs has been very narrow, limited to low income recipients who most of the time are not required. As you know, in the United States, 50% of the filers don't pay any federal income tax, and so it's the bottom line is I don't think it's been a problem that has generated litigation. That's why the cases don't exist. However, we're on the cusp of this problem as my testimony shows, as the expansion is happening.
Representative Spar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand everything you've said so far. The section that is in the bill about issuing 1099s, can you just comment briefly on your perspective of that?
Yes, I did read that. I'm not commenting on that in my testimony because I don't think that is quite correctly framed. With due respect to the sponsor of the bill, the 1099, there is no 1099 requirement right now for these scholarship payments, and at the federal level, and we can't say anything about as a state for the same reason we can't say anything about the taxability of these payments under federal tax law. We can't say anything about the reportability of the amount. This issue has come up before in an interesting way. Section 529 of the Internal Revenue Code, the college savings plan account. New Hampshire was the first state in the country to establish one of these plans, the unique plan. Fidelity is the administrator. I represented Fidelity in that effort, and we got the first IRS letter ruling for any state on that plan. In that situation, Congress passed a law ordering the state college savings plan program to pay a 1099 to beneficiaries who receive disbursements from the 529 plan. Without that federal enactment, there would be no 1099. There is no 1099 requirement under federal law. So in my, you've asked, I'm not focused on it. I don't think that section of this bill is accurately framed. There may be something about notice that's required, that's a decent discussion point, but I'm not commenting on that.
Representative Southworth, and then Representative Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have part one and part two. On part one, do New Hampshire CPAs have page 8?
New Hampshire CPAs do not. This page 8, the first time it's seen the light of day is to this committee.
Okay.
So the New Hampshire CPAs, however, have great access to the actual Internal Revenue Code, all the regulations under the Internal Revenue Code, and the publication that directly applies to scholarships and fellowship grants, which is the one that's cited in my testimony.
Okay. Seems like, again, in the future, maybe they will need to. Part two, I don't do it, but are there sections on TurboCam that would lead someone to know what qualified expenses were?
Did you mean TurboTax?
Or TurboTax, yeah.
I have prepared my own personal tax return on TurboTax. I have never had to address
Yeah.
a scholarship payment, and therefore I don't know the answer to that.
So this is very new basically for everyone.
I think this type of question coming up is new because this pathway to educational service provision is relatively new. In New Hampshire, we do 150,000 plus kids through the traditional system of delivering public education, and only 5,000 plus kids. So it's brand new, really, still.
Representative Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. My grandson is in college.
Yeah.
And I know on his taxes, they're asking if he received any scholarships. So, some way, shape, or form, if that question is on his tax form, whether the individual be like that age or a parent, they'd have to answer it. Correct?
Yes, if that, and again, I'm sorry, I don't personally have experience with that. My grandchildren are 7 and 4 and 1, 4 of them, so I haven't
A few
gotten there
years
yet.
on you. Follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, one section in here, under 194, talks about the parents of an EFA student shall agree, technically meaning that they're getting the money. If the verbiage was changed to the student receiving the money, that would lower the threshold of income tax that was necessary unless the child was extremely wealthy on its own. Correct?
It's a complicated question in this regard. If some kids who are going to college are still dependents on their parents' return, and whether they're filing their own individual return or not, depending on their income level, but in general, if you could probably try and structure it that way to reduce exposure to having that child have to file a tax return and have the income be deemed to be received by the child. It could happen, but that's complicated. And the bottom line, Representative Tierney, is it's based on the facts of the particular
Right.
case. And the state of New Hampshire shouldn't say anything about how they go to their tax advisor and resolve these questions. Their tax advisor should help them, and they should do it personally with
Okay.
TurboTax.
Thank you.
This is just maybe more your personal opinion on, I also use TurboTax. And if the example you gave where somebody goes and uses TurboTax, and then they see this and they mess up and eventually they sue the state, isn't TurboTax the one that's liable?
Again, I think if TurboTax gets something wrong, they potentially are negligent, and there could be potentially a claim against them. That's possibly true. But if the person says, I read New Hampshire's law, it says it's not taxable income, I relied on that. Do I think that that's going to be a large money risk to the state, like the YDC cases or the youth services cases that we're seeing in the state right now? No, it's definitely not. There's 5,000 plus families here. Nonetheless, I think Representative Luno deserves credit for raising a bill that says, why mislead potentially families when we don't have to? We're not achieving anything with this sentence.
No, that makes sense. I guess my concern is this has been in here for a long time. Why is it in here? Are we missing something? If we get rid of this, are we somehow creating some other problem?
I think that's a fair question. Let me say where I think this came from. I remember when the EFA thing came up, this sentence was in the statute. At that point, it was very, very low income, right? And so I was I love the state. I love this committee's work, and I pay attention, right? I've always done that. Representative Almy knows I've tortured this committee for many, many years. I heard about this thing. I said, well, that's a crazy sentence. What I think happened is that in the Arizona law, there is a sentence like this in some of their publications. I'm betting dollars to donuts. I do not know this. It's a personal opinion. Representative Jenkins, that someone who was drafting this just simply copied it, didn't really think about it.
Okay.
And that is the source of it. In that original hearing, I heard back from my wonderful colleague that Deputy Assistant Attorney General Ann Edwards, who's now a judge on our Superior Court, she told the committee, you can't do anything about federal tax law, but it still went in. I don't believe removing this is going to have any adverse effect. It's like a free one.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's all I have for pink cards, and we're only 32 minutes over. Oh, we've got another. Wait a minute. Thought we were done without it. All right, Representative Ames.
Okay, good morning, and put 2 minutes down on that card. I think I can keep it to one. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. I co-sponsored because I think it's unwise for the state to give advice, as it's essentially doing in this case, on federal tax law in the absence of clarity that simply does not exist in this situation. You've heard Bill Ardinger, Mr. Ardinger, who certainly knows tax law, tell you that there is that this statement that's in our code is misleading. I think it should be either removed or amended, revised, so it's not misleading anymore. It's a simple matter to do that either way, and I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
All right, and your idea of amending it would be not taxable to New Hampshire, or not taxable in New Hampshire?
By New Hampshire.
By New Hampshire.
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I now have one last pink card. John Reynolds. And is John Reynolds here? What's that? Oh, yes, it says 503. Okay. Good, then I'm is there anyone else that would like to speak on 402? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 402. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, the time being 11:06, I'll open a public hearing on HB 483. And welcome up Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Excuse me, for the record. My name is David Luno. I represent the people of Hopkinton and Bow, and like we talked about earlier, like to consider all of the work we're doing as meaningful to Granite Staters, no matter where they live. And so what we've got before you next is House Bill 483, relative to the definition of a scholarship organization for purposes of the education tax credit program. So, excuse me. So the intent of this bill is to improve the clarity and relevance of financial reporting from the nonprofit corporation that administers the state's education tax credit and education freedom account programs. So the title of the bill only contains the reference to the education tax credit program, and that's specifically because the administrator of the program, called the scholarship organization, is defined in RSA 77:G1, which is actually the education tax credit statute. But that organization also administers the education freedom account program, and the EFA program statute in 194-F:1 defines the administration as defined in 77G, back to the education tax credit. So that's sort of the nexus of how the scholarship or a scholarship organization administers both the education tax credit program. It was started there, it was defined there, and now also administers the education freedom account program. So when we talk about this organization, this is the organization that's the contractor that administers both the programs I just talked about, the ETC and the EFA programs, and retains up to 10% of the funds used in these programs, including nearly $75 million of taxpayer funds appropriated in the state budget over the first 4 years of the state's education freedom account program. And while it's perfectly clear the money used for funding the voucher program is taxpayer money, there is absolutely no doubt that the money retained by the contractor for administrative costs, that 10% of the $75 million so far, that money is taxpayer money and part of the state contract approved by the governor and executive council. The Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire posts the New York Nonprofits Tax Form 990 as its audited financial report. Doesn't have any independent audited financial report or anything that's separated out from the Children's Scholarship Fund operating out of New York that operates as a scholarship program for many other states. So our New Hampshire Education Freedom Account program and Education Tax Credit program are buried in a national organization's IRS Form 990, which is the tax form for, as you know, for organizations that are exempt from income tax. So the contractor that we're working with here in New Hampshire is doing business as the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire, but it's actually not its own nonprofit organization. And instead doing business as part of a nonprofit organization based in New York that does work in a bunch of other states with 22 partner organizations who are also nonprofits located in the 20 other states that they do business in. And what it does in those other states, or for those other states, or with those other states, is very different than what it does for New Hampshire through the ETC and EFA programs. So the way it's organized right now raises a lot of questions. Why do all the other states have their own organizations, nonprofit organizations, incorporated in their states? How do we know if our taxpayer dollars are being used to fund programs in other states? Why is the New Hampshire Department of Education so adamant to block the state's audit of the voucher program, even when the contract itself between the state of New Hampshire and the Children's Scholarship Fund is clear that the state has ownership of all the data that comes out as a result of these programs? And so as a nonprofit charitable organization, it raises a lot of questions too. The Children's Scholarship Fund New York is a scholarship organization. It receives charitable contributions from people and organizations all across the country, and identifies and selects applicants, students who are applying for scholarships from all around the country to receive this money. The New Hampshire voucher business is very different. The money comes from the state, and the recipients are defined by law and administrative rules. The recipients are actually defined in RSA 194F and the education rules that correspond to that. And they're not subject to the discretion.
Representative Luno, can I just ask you, you put 3 minutes down and you're at 6 minutes. How much more do you have?
I'm really at the end.
You're almost done?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry about that. So it's not subject to the discretion of the contractor. Sounds more like a service provider, a contractor that takes 10% off the top for their administrative fee. Not a charitable function, simply administrative. So this bill would require the contractor used to manage the tax credit program and the voucher program to be a New Hampshire company and to file its own IRS forms that would clearly show how the taxpayer money is being used. It's about transparency, it's about honesty, and it's about making sure our own nonprofits are charitable organizations and not just administrative service providers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if we weren't so far behind, I would have let you keep going. I just got to.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, questions? Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Did you say we couldn't access an audit on this?
So there was state law that was passed and signed by the governor 2 years ago, maybe. I don't have it in front of me. That required the state, actually required the auditors in the Legislative Budget Assistance Office to conduct a performance audit on the Education Freedom Account program. My understanding is that the audit scope has been limited substantially to a point where the information that the LBA auditors were looking for, while the information exists, they were not receiving access to that information. And the Commissioner of Education went before the Joint Committee on State Audit? I think if that's not the title of the committee, I think it's close. And said that he would refuse to enable access to that information.
Follow up. I just thought your testimony was that I'm looking at the annual audit on EFA accounts on their website on the fact sheet. So it is there for.
That's not an LBA performance audit. That's simply the Department of Education saying this number of students received these amounts of EFA deposits and payments through those accounts. And in fact, in what's called a monitoring exercise that the Department of Education conducted last summer on 50 EFAs, 50 EFA accounts. Mm-hmm. So that's 1%, less than 1%, because I think there's north of 5,000, 5,200 EFA accounts. But in the monitoring exercise on 50 EFA accounts, they found 25% had substantial inconsistencies or non-compliances with state law and state regulation on this, including students who are not eligible to receive these vouchers, payments that were not directed in the right way, and that the Children's Scholarship Fund did make restitution to the state of New Hampshire for the amounts of state money that were misappropriated, but I have not heard back from I asked the department whether they applied that to the remaining 99% of the accounts, but there's no indication that anything has been done on that.
Follow up.
I guess my question to you is, I'm looking at it right now. There were 50 applications reviewed, and 2 were found ineligible. How does that equate to 25%? It looks like the $18,000 received were returned, if I'm reading this right. But my math isn't that good, but 2 out of 50 is 25%.
No, thank you for the clarifying question. What they determined initially was that 25%, and then they drilled down into that and found that the Children's Scholarship Fund was not using the proper information in determining residence of the students, and once the proper information was used, they were able to address some of the non-compliances, but other non-compliances, as the representative mentioned, did remain outstanding.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I don't know how many of us have seen charitable 1099s. Is it a 1099?
990.
999. Thank you. My head is full of cold at this point. But they are available online. Could we get a copy of the New York State one that we are part of? To see
Yes,
how it's treated.
yes, you can download that online.
I guess as I read the fiscal note, Representative, it sounds to me like there's only one. It looks like there's only one charitable organization right now, and if this bill goes through, there would be none. Would that imply that would effectively kill the EFA program?
I'm sorry, I missed.
Oh, the fiscal. So in the fiscal note, when I read the first paragraph, they're under methodology, and it seems to imply there's only one charitable organization that's valid in New Hampshire, but it is approved. And your change to the bill where it crosses out qualified to do business, that would imply an organization out of state. It sounds like that's the only organization, and if that goes away, then it would kill the EFA program. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the intent of the bill is not to kill the EFA program. It's also not to kill the Children's Scholarship Fund of New York, but it's simply that the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire, the company that's doing business as the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire, should be incorporated in the state of New Hampshire as a nonprofit entity, just as these operating entities exist in the 20 other states that provide these services.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't mind if it was incorporated in New Hampshire. The problem would be timing, because if this bill goes through, it gets passed, the program is dead until somebody, registers. So I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I think there is another nonprofit that operates in New Hampshire that does these. I'm not sure about the name of that. It's not the Children's Scholarship Fund, but if the timing of this is the problem, then changing the effective date on this, I think would make a lot of sense. Because it does take some time, right, to apply and get approved as a 501c.
That would be my concern. Yep. Representative Doucette.
Would you agree it would make sense, and it's my understanding that the Children's Scholarship Fund uses a shared services model that keeps costs down? So why would it make a difference where they're incorporated if they're delivering the service here and they're keeping the costs low? If they're in Maryland, based there, what's the difference as long as they're complying with the statute and keeping the costs down for us?
Yeah, I think it's basically for transparency. And when you take a look at the 990 from the Children's Scholarship Fund of New York, you'll see that the other states that they do business with are very different than how they're doing business in New Hampshire. In fact, nearly 40% of their program revenue comes from the state of New Hampshire, which is obviously not what they're doing in other states. But at the same time, there's not that level of detail in the 990, and it's impossible to tell from looking at the 990 that is working with other partners in 20 other states and working with New Hampshire, how they're how New Hampshire's tax dollars are being used. There's just no way to tell from that.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused. I belong to an organization that belongs to an international organization, national and international, going on some 8 million members worldwide. Each one of those local areas, like New Hampshire has 74 local council in the Knights of Columbus, each one of them files their own 990. Even though none of them are 501c8s or 3s or 501c8 within the state of New Hampshire. As a matter of fact, they can't be because of the franchise structure that was alluded to by Representative Doucette. Why would we treat this particular business any differently than already existing federal law governing similar corporate structures? And the amount of money that the Knights of Columbus or the Masons or handles is substantially larger than anything that the Educational Trust Fund is touching.
Sure. So no, I appreciate the question, and I think if the Children's Scholarship, if the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire, not its own organization, was filing their own 990, as you've said, your organization, and the member organizations in the state, you said each file their own 990. If the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire was filing their own 990, then I think we'd have the visibility and transparency that we need. But they're not filing their own 990, unlike the 20 other states that are doing this. So potentially you've identified another way to approach this problem.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. I was reading a story that admittedly was from September of last year in the Concord Monitor, in which it said that there would finally be a performance audit of the oversight of the Education Freedom Account this coming spring. But then in the second paragraph, it says, but the audit will be missing, quote, most documents pertaining to the EFA program, end quote, due to the, quote, lack of access to primary program data and information, end quote, according to the Office of the Legislative Budget Assistant, which is responsible for conducting the audit. And you may not be able to answer this question, but to your knowledge, has that statement changed? Has there been a new finding from LBA that they will have access to that data?
Thank you very much for the question. My understanding is it goes right back to that, and that access was being to what the LBA felt they needed to properly conduct a performance audit. They were not being given access to the information they felt that they needed. That there was a revision made to what's called audit scope. So it was called limiting the audit scope, and that the LBA will in fact conduct an audit corresponding to the new limited scope. But their answers to many questions that come up in that audit will basically have to say something to the line of access to certain information that's necessary for the responsible management of the program was not provided. So I think that would lead someone to conclude that there were ineffective management controls.
Great, thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
Becky Campbell. Former state rep.
Yeah, I'm Packy Campbell. I'm a former rep. Thank you. Packy Campbell, former rep and New Hampshire businessman. I'm in a unique position in that I've been able to, through some of my LLCs, actually donate to this program. And then due to my great business acumen on some years was not so great. So I was actually eligible for the program. And I have one student who's a senior in high school who is receiving the EFA program, and it helps my family tremendously to be able to afford tuition in a private Catholic school that I feel is important. But really, I'm here today to ask you to find this bill inexpedient to legislate. We've seen this bill in years past in the policy committee, and I think it's bad policy, but it's also the bill as written is contrary to the Commerce Clause that requires us to recognize out-of-state organizations to do business in New Hampshire. We cannot limit the rights of charitable organizations to act as scholarship organizations in New Hampshire. It would be limiting the rights of them to register, which this organization has done, to do business in New Hampshire, and would prevent them from distributing the education freedom accounts. This is just simply unconstitutional because it violates the Commerce Clause that we have to recognize a New York charitable organization to do business in New Hampshire. We can't discriminate against it. We can't prevent them from the opportunity to get this 10% funding fee. It's just simple commerce. And I agree with you, they're being paid to do it. And the New Hampshire branch does benefit operationally from this 10%. And I believe actually they run the organization for less than the 10% of the 5,800 students. And they actually give some of that 10% out as additional scholarships, which I think is amazing. The full faith and credit clause in the U.S. Constitution requires states to honor the laws and judgments of other states. If another state set up a charitable organization, we need to recognize that charitable organization when registered to do business in New Hampshire. To deny in any way the right of a charitable organization because it was formed in another state is a constitutional violation. The Equal Protection Clause, again, the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, states that all people, all corporations similarly situated, be treated equally under the law. Any nonprofit registered to do business in New Hampshire can act as a scholarship organization. It doesn't matter if it was set up originally decades ago in another state. It's set up in this state. It's registered at the Secretary of State website to do business in this state. So given the tremendous constitutional conflicts with the proposed bill, the committee should vote ITL on the legislation. Better yet, due to the constitutional violations of this proposal, it is appropriate to send this to the New Hampshire Supreme Court to get an opinion of the justices. So we can get this repeat poison pill proposal from continuing to be a backdoor attack to hurt or eliminate the Education Freedom Account program in New Hampshire. As a business owner, I appreciate being able to make donations to a scholarship organization registered to do business in New Hampshire. And the EFA is a brilliant program because it allows me to make a tax deductible contribution federally, lowering my federal tax obligation to a nonprofit. And then that keeps the money in New Hampshire for New Hampshire students to use it. This is, if you're on the Ways and Means Committee, this is the most wonderful thing we can do. Instead of business owners sending money to the federal government, we're able to send it to a nonprofit scholarship organization so students in New Hampshire can use it for educational services. So this is a very valid program that we should protect. And Mr. Chairman, yes, if you pass this legislation as rented, it would effectively eliminate the program. I don't know if that's the intent. I'll take the representative at his word, but it is certainly the effect if you pass this bill as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony and taking my question. I'm doing some digging as we're hearing the testimony here. And you alluded to a 10% administrative cost. Would you believe and would you accept 7.9% administrative cost being a pretty good deal?
I think that's an excellent deal, and I think it was actually 7% in 2003. So I think it was a little bit lower. But I think they're doing a tremendous job. They're a tremendous organization. The fact that they were formed in New York and the fact that they run 22 other programs throughout the country, that this was originally a program run by a New Hampshire organization and they merged with the Children's Scholarship Network to get these efficiencies, to provide better services, and they've done that. They're a well-performing organization. To exclude them would be a travesty of justice.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I find it extremely difficult that New Hampshire has put itself into the situation where it is the only one of 21 organizations under the New York group which hides its own information by leaving it only in New York. Isn't there some kind of difficulty with this? And why would we be doing that when every other state organization has as happens with all other sorts of nonprofit organizations, every other state has also put out 990s of its own.
Representative, I respectfully do not buy the narrative that this program is not very transparent. Again, as a participant in the program, you're reimbursed up to the adequate education grant. So I know there's 5,800 kids in the program. I know the adequate education grant amount. So therefore, I can do simple math and know that this is approximately a $24 million state program. I know clearly that 10% of that number is $2,436,000. That there's no shenanigans, there's no hidden stuff here. The student receives a class wallet that is managed by their stewards of the money. The money doesn't go to the family, it doesn't go to the student, it goes to the organization. The organization then approves expenditures out of the class wallet, and most of the time those expenditures are in the form of a reimbursement. So understanding how the program works, the narrative, the false narrative that you're hearing about this program being anything other than very transparent, it's just not true. I agree that if you want to look at the New York tax returns of this charitable organization, you could get some stuff. I don't think that the New Hampshire branch, I can't speak for them, would be happy to provide you any information. As one of the representatives is showing, their website is a plethora of information for how much money they spent of the 10%, what their actual operating costs were. Respectfully, this is just a Trojan horse to be a backdoor attack on this program. I respect that some stakeholders don't like the program, some stakeholders like the program. This, if you want to destroy the program, I would ask you to file legislation to just revoke the program. But don't do it in a way that you try to be cute with saying, oh, you were formed out of state and it's not transparent, so now we don't want the program. I'm asking you to be transparent, and I think this program is transparent.
Follow up?
Yes, Mr. Campbell, I am not talking about being cute. I am talking about obeying the general method of transparency that is done by 20 other states in the same program. And it is easily solved by extending the, I believe, automatic legislative expiration date on the, sorry, my head is full of cold at this point, but on the effective date, enough that they can, in fact, incorporate in New Hampshire the way all of their colleagues have done elsewhere in the country.
I apologize, Representative. I did not mean to call you or the sponsors of the bill anything derogatory, and I retract my statement about cute. I do think it's important for the community to understand that this bill would have a negative effect on the program, and I think that it's not necessary for transparency for this organization to have to be reformed and be a nonprofit that was formed in New Hampshire. I just disagree with that statement, but I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you or to the sponsors, and I apologize to the committee.
Thank you.
Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate your uh, talk about constitutional questions and so on. However, I think I'm still working toward the transparency of this, and we as a group here are responsible for taxpayer money here in New Hampshire. And I think, in my view, would you agree that more clarity, more information should be made available to us as we spend taxpayer money as laid out by the presenters of the bill? Thank you.
I think transparency is absolutely important with taxpayer dollars. And I want to thank this committee in the state of New Hampshire for the taxpayer dollars that they've allowed me to spend to help offset the cost that me and my family have borne for decades to send, my 5 children to private schools. And I don't take lightly that right to receive a Catholic education was always dependent upon the size of your wallet. And this program was the first program in full transparency that allowed lower income and middle income people, and even, really, I think higher income people, I don't believe in the income limit, the opportunity to put their kids in an educational environment of their choice and to not be fiscally discriminated by that. So I think that the transparency, given that we know the amount of the money, we know the number of kids that receive it, any other question that this committee has, I'd be happy to get you that information. I think it's readily available on simple Google searches. I think that the organization is incredibly transparent. We have nothing to hide. We have nothing up our sleeve. This is a wonderful program that someone has to manage these state dollars. Like, I don't think you can just send the money to the parent and not know where it goes. So this class wallet, this nonprofit managing the funds is very similar to the government schools. The public schools receive state funds 4 times throughout the years, and they're the stewards of the money that you send from the state. We have to have someone be the steward for this money. I would be in support of working with Representative Luno to do a compromise that if you wanted the EFA money to go directly to an educational institution where a student attended the school, I'd be open to some kind of compromise that perhaps would alleviate your transparency or alleviate your concerns about this nonprofit receiving 10%. And quite frankly, I'd rather the 10% go to the school that's providing the educational service. So I think there's some room for discussion here, and I think there's room for compromise. If the concern is the 10% and the transparency of where the 10% is being spent or how it's being spent, and I think that's a legitimate question. I do think it's available on public documents, but the money itself, the grant amount and where it goes to the student, and the fact that it's so well regulated by the program itself through the class wallet and through the nonprofit and how funds are dispersed or reimbursed is very transparent. But if you would rather the money go directly to, my local Catholic school that operates in the basement of my church, I would welcome that, because that would put another 10% into that institution that's providing the educational service. I hope that answers the question.
All right, one more question, Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I think you had a lot of good facts. I agree with a lot of what you said. Glad your business and other things have been working out. My question is, would you agree that it raises many red flags when an organization blocks a normal audit? Because that was part of the bill. That was how we were going to know if it was doing well and successful. And the audit, the normal one that the LBAs do, has been blocked.
I obviously I can't speak to state agencies blocking audits, but I do respect that everybody has different opinions on every object, and regional people can disagree. I again would just say I don't think we're blocking very transparent disclosure on how the state funds are being spent, and that's where I think this committee needs to focus. Like this committee has readily available, whether this is the bill itself is about whether or not a nonprofit that was formed decades ago in another state can do business in New Hampshire. This bill is not about the transparency. The language that is being changed is simply preventing the one scholarship organization from being able to continue to do its job. So although I respect the conversation about transparency, and I think it's a very correlated when you're talking about this subject matter, it's germane, but it's really not the matter before the committee. The matter before the committee is, are you going to violate the Constitution and 3 different clauses of it and say that a charitable organization that was founded decades ago in another state can't do business in New Hampshire, can't participate in this program? And I disagree that we should just comply and form a new nonprofit because a representative wants you to. No, we should respect the Constitution of the United States of America, the laws of the state of New Hampshire, and the Commerce Clause, and not go down this road. It would be very poor precedent for any legislative oversight committee to follow what's really happening here in this bill. It's inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I said no more questions. All right, what Representative Ulrich?
The Supremacy Clause applies. However, the Interstate Commerce Act also applies. A corporation can't do business in New Hampshire unless it's registered in New Hampshire. I would disregard your constitutional argument because I think you're maybe misrepresenting or conflating it with other types of activities. I just make that as a general comment because you're crossing state lines. So the Commerce Clause is actually the governing clause in this action, as opposed to the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause did apply, for example, on gay marriage, because once you're married in that state, you're married in every other state, except how the other states recognized it. So
I appreciate the gay marriage comment. I think that's a great analogy. In 2003, when Massachusetts made gay marriage legal, it was a big controversy here as a state rep. And as a Republican state rep, I voted to recognize what the state of Massachusetts did. And I'm glad I was on the right side of history on that because it was the right thing to do. This is a very similar thing. You have to recognize that New York has a right to form a nonprofit, and that nonprofit has a right to do business in New Hampshire. And to your question, that nonprofit did take the step of registering at the Secretary of State, and they're registered to do business in New Hampshire. What this bill does is it takes out the clause or registered in New Hampshire. It basically takes away their right to simply register in New Hampshire like every other corporation or nonprofit can do. And because it does that, it does, in my limited constitutional opinion, they gave me one when I became a state rep, and I read it. And these 3 clauses apply because that nonprofit corporation has a right to the business of getting that 10% fee. And that's why it's a violation of the Commerce Clause, because they're doing interstate business, and you're limiting their ability to do interstate business. So again, I think I've had more than an opportunity here. Thank you all very much. I hope you'll just find this bill inexpedient to legislate, as we did in the last legislative session. And I would give serious consideration to doing the opinion of the justices, because we're doing the same thing over and over again. We're filing the same bill over and over again. Let's find out if it's constitutional. Let's just put it to bed. And then if it's constitutional, we can come back and have a real talk about how we might want to implement it.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Okay. The last pink card I have is Stephen Matthew.
Good morning again, and I just want to follow up on the last speaker's commentary and just give you some examples. My wife and I have been very much involved in establishing charitable endowments and charitable endowment foundations. We have set up donor advised foundations. Give you an example, we've got a Fidelity donor advised foundation. We've got an American Endowment Foundation. American Endowment Foundation is headquartered out of Ohio, and Fidelity Charitable is, I'm not sure if they're in Massachusetts or New York or Delaware or wherever, but they are registered to do business in New Hampshire, just as Children's Scholarship Fund is registered to do business in New Hampshire. And if you look at the way this legislation is written, where do we stop with that? Because in essence, you can stop and say, okay, Fidelity Charitable can no longer do business in New Hampshire, or American Endowment Foundation can no longer do business in New Hampshire. Children's Scholarship Fund, if we go back when the original bill was passed allowing something of this nature back in 2000, I think it was between 2010 and 2012 sometimes, they were one of the first organizations that incorporated their business. They did register in New Hampshire. And then ultimately, for purposes of economies of scale, they were acquired by and merged into Children's Scholarship New York. The net result of that was they were able to keep their administrative costs down dramatically. Now, as an accountant, a tax preparer, we're dealing with this a lot, and we deal with a lot of nonprofits. And one of their biggest headaches is having to file this kind of paperwork, 990s, what have you. So if you look at the fund itself, Children's Scholarship Fund, and by the way, my wife and I contribute to that each year for tax purposes, for our two businesses, Legacy Financial Solutions and LFS Tax Group, so we can take advantage of what we think is a really good program. But the fact of the matter is that an organization that's giving out roughly 92%, or a little more than 92% of every dollar collected, and only 88% is hung up in administrative fee, that's terrific by charitable standards. And so what we're trying to do here is to continue to minimize the costs, minimize the exposure, and to the other gentleman's point, the fact of the matter is that if you do want the financial information, you can get it. The gentleman who introduced the bill indicated that roughly 40% of the New York money comes from state of New Hampshire. Well, if that's the case, he was able to get that information. We also know what's going out the door. And then if we had 5,000 or so people taking advantage of the program, for them to have to come back and reimburse, I think there were three. I think the Representative Doucette said there were two, but I think there were three that they had to reimburse because they were not properly, the funds were improperly distributed, and the organization turned right around and reimbursed the state. So I don't think we need to take this legislation any further. I think we should just rule this as inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Okay, before I recognize for questions, let's just keep in mind we are 50 minutes behind schedule. So let's try to stay focused on what's really critical. Representative Almy.
Yes. The point we seem to be missing is that presumably most of the money that goes into this is public money, state money, and that the state should have the ability to audit it. Do you have any idea yourself? Apparently people involved in it get more transparency than others on what part of the money that they use comes from the state.
Well, let's back up on that, because keep in mind that all of the money that's contributed to that fund is contributed by private businesses or individuals. And then ultimately what happens is that money is in that block, and then the state turns around and says, okay, we will reduce the tuition reimbursements to the cities or towns for every individual that is taken out of that system. All right? So the reality is the money is not, it actually works to the state's advantage for every individual that is taken out of the public system from a financial standpoint. All right?
Follow up?
I do not think you understand the structure of financing for public education. Because when you take 5 children out of a school, you cannot take away any of the fixed costs, including all the salaries in that school. It's not sufficient to be able to take even one child worth out.
But when one child comes out of the school, does the state no longer have to reimburse that district?
I believe that that is now the law, which means that the local population has to pay more and our property taxes go up.
Or they have to reduce their school sizes and act in an efficient manner, correct?
No, because you
Excuse
have a
me,
building.
excuse me, Representative
Sorry.
Almy.
Yes.
We will debate this in the committee. Thank you, Mr. Matthew, for your time. Is there anyone else who would like to fill out a pink card and speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 483. Okay. There's only one speaker for 503.
I think I have the majority report
Okay.
via email, or I have a hard copy.
Well, it should be.
Now too.
I should have it. When did you send it?
Can't
I
listen
just-
to him.
I was gonna give you a hard copy. I just sent it probably 5 minutes ago.
There it is.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Tom's introducing. Okay. We'll open the public hearing on HB 503. And Representative Schamberg, you've said you need 15 minutes to speak. I'm hoping that you can
I've practiced this at home.
be more concise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Ways and Means Committee for this opportunity to present the concept of House Bill 503 and its amendment at the recommendation of the DRA. I am State Representative Tom Schamberg of Merrimack 6, representing the towns of Wilmot and Sutton. For the past 6 years, I have introduced and presented property tax relief approaches concerning the cost of public education on homes and businesses' property taxes. Today, our legislature and the people of our state are faced with the inevitable reality of Republican leadership, a budget crisis, and skyrocketing property tax increases to pay for their CEO handouts. For the last 30 years here in New Hampshire, the Democrats have only had control of the State House of Representatives only 3 times, the last in 2019-2020. As a matter of fact, the Democrats of New Hampshire have only had control of the House of Representatives 3 times in the last 50 years. The considerable budget and financial issues New Hampshire is suffering from is clearly a cause of poor Republican budget policies and priorities. Revenues that have been slashed for a decade, revenue cut that favor the most wealthy among us, are coming dangerously behind projection, and departments are preparing cuts to operations and services, which will only be downshifted onto local property taxpayers. That's on our neighbors who are already feeling the pinch of rising costs for healthcare, energy, childcare, and housing. We are hearing from towns and cities alike the state is downshifting costs that are forcing budget committees, select boards, and town councils to raise property taxes across the board. That sentiment is not just mine. On his public access television show last month, Republican leader and Manchester Alderman Joe Kelly Levasseur said that when the state claimed to be lowering taxes, it really meant higher property taxes for the rest of us, which he knows about since Manchester is seeing the highest property tax increase in a decade with a Republican mayor in charge. Granite Staters are working hard but aren't getting ahead or even getting a breather, while billionaires and big businesses are getting richer than ever. We can all agree working families and people deserve a system that works for you, not against you. New Hampshire is just beginning to escape the horrors that happened in the last time we slashed the vital services like DCYF. Now we are hearing rumors on 10% or greater cuts to all agencies, including DCYF, all because the Republicans prioritize tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. Granite Staters believe our state's economy is either stagnant or declining. And this is not an accident, but the direct result of a Republican-built system that favors the rich CEOs and multinational corporations that leaves the rest of us paying the bill with skyrocketing property taxes and rising costs, like Representative Opal stated when presenting House Bill 502
Speaker will
on
suspend.
complete corporate reporting. I'm sorry, sir.
You
I'm-
were asked to
I'm trying to-
introduce the bill, not engage in a diatribe, sir.
I think this relates right to the bill.
You haven't yet told the committee what the bill does or its purpose.
Can I have a copy of the bill there? The bill amends how revenues from taxes are allocated to the Education Trust Fund. I would rather not be here today in front of you, but it is clear that the majority party that controls the levers of state government are not bringing solutions to the crisis they started here and are responsible for.
Representative,
People are not getting what they deserve, while corporations and ultra-rich are contributing their fair share.
Representative,
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Let me be clear.
just a second. I take a breath here so I can get a full lung of air to speak.
I am speaking for my residents of Wilmot and Sutton who have asked me to present their views on this bill.
Is better presented as unanimous consent or personal privilege. This is not a place for a diatribe. This is for a discussion of what the bill does. What does the bill do? How does it do it? And why should it pass? Not what this party or that party or the Green Party and their windmills did. That's not important. Please. What does the bill do? How does it do it? And how does it, it benefits because it's reallocating funds. Fine. But let's get into the specifics of the bill, please. Thank you. Please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I will try to smooth this out a little bit. When this bill is for trying to stem the rise of hikes in education property taxes. And when it is addressed against my residents of Wilmot and Sutton, that it is their fault, I say there is a misconception or someone is lying. When leadership of the majority party says of the Kearsarge Regional School District community members, of which Sutton and Wilmot are a part of, quote, perhaps if they are unwilling to cap themselves, the state will step in and cap local taxes for them. That infuriates me. When the leader of this majority party, who is an advocate for own personal freedom, wants to dictate what others should do and is willing to use the power of the state legislature to overrule local control and local decisions, I stand in opposition, and that's why this bill was brought forth. I am here because I am committed to ensuring that we are doing what we can to stop property tax hikes and not raise a dime of taxes on the working families and people of New Hampshire. We need a solution for local property tax relief for public education. If you expect the corner office of this state to stop local property tax hikes, think again. What we have heard from the new governor so far is nothing but threats of belt tightening and severe cuts to our agencies, without seeming to care how that would affect many of the hardworking Granite Staters, the least among us. In conclusion, why do we need to find property tax relief? A, the status quo is bankrupting our state and putting the American dream out of reach for far too many Granite Staters. B, this is about ensuring that those who benefit from our shared society also contribute to it. C, the corporations and the ultra-rich are not the enemy, but we do expect them to pay their fair share. D, we must invest in our communities and strengthen New Hampshire for the long term, making it a place where seniors are taken care of, families can thrive, and our children have real opportunities to build a future. And E, by working together, we can create a more just and prosperous future for all Granite Staters. And finally, I am open to suggestions for how to avoid cuts to essential services and ensure that everyone is contributing their fair share while also keeping property taxes down. I have a written statement for the clerk.
Thank you, Representative Schamberg. Will you take questions?
No, I will not. Thank you.
Uh, All right, next I have John Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is John Reynolds. I'm the state director for the National Federation of Independent Business. We are a non-profit, nonpartisan organization that represents more than 1,700 small businesses across the state. We're here to testify in opposition to House Bill 503. I think in a prior testimony with the committee, I discussed how the recovery curve from the pandemic looks a lot different for our members, for small businesses, than it did for larger businesses, and they struggled, years after the pandemic started. And in the most recent small business survey called Small Business Economic Trends that NFIB put out just yesterday, inflation, supply costs, labor costs, worker shortages are still huge problems for small businesses. And on top of that, they're facing the loss of a very important federal small business tax deduction at the end of this year. If I understand the bill correctly, I believe it would raise business taxes by close to $700 million over the next 3 years. And this is only going to exacerbate those challenges for small businesses across the state. Ultimately, much of that tax increase will fall on consumers and on workers. And that just puts the squeeze on our members even more because their customers are struggling, their workers are struggling, they're struggling to get by. So we certainly hope that the committee will find that the bill is inexpedient to legislate, and I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And the final pink card I have is Sarah Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. And I'm here today in opposition to HB 503. The tax relief that we've seen over the last decade has left New Hampshire with the fastest growing economy in the Northeast and one that is the envy of our neighbors. This has made New Hampshire more competitive and improved the quality of life for our citizens. We should be praising this work, not reversing it. Passing this bill would take us backwards. It would leave us with among the highest business taxes in the country, something that we've worked hard to fix over the last 10 years, and make us less attractive. Not only would we stop seeing the influx of new employees and jobs, but we'd likely lose companies who would flee such a hostile environment. And additionally, make no mistake, this is an income tax bill. We've just achieved being a truly no income tax state. Let's not ruin that progress. Let's keep New Hampshire income tax free. So it's for these reasons that we ask you to oppose this legislation.
Thank you. Representative Almy.
Thank you. we have major problems, which the BIA at least understands, with housing, lack of housing, therefore lack of workers, with childcare, therefore lack of workers, and other things. How do you expect that we can deal with this when we keep cutting taxes?
Could you explain the question? Are you asking about how we'll afford the spending?
How we will manage?
Really, this bill to increase taxes on Granite Staters would do just the opposite of that and would cause even more harm to the families that are coming into the state. When you look at the issue of housing, I think that has to do a lot with regulation, and so definitely a separate issue than what we're discussing here today. But when you look at the ability for families to provide, whether it's the cost of housing, groceries, childcare, the more we continue to tax them, I think the harder it is for them to stay in this state. We're going to see businesses leaving the state. If we were to increase the business taxes like this, I think you would see an influx of businesses moving to different parts of the Northeast. You would see jobs leaving with that, which would make it a lot harder to provide.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Right. Thank you.
All right, that's all I have for pink cards. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 503. So we went from 50 minutes behind to 8 minutes behind. At this point, we will take a lunch break and come back at 1 p.m. and hear our last public hearing of HB 669. Thank you. The time being 1:07, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 669 and welcome Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here in front of Ways and Means. I've spent lots of time in front of finance talking about where the money should go, and maybe not enough time in front of Ways and Means about where the money should come from. But I'm delighted to be here and to see my long-term colleague, the ranking member, Representative Almy. As I look around the room, I think that we are perhaps the only two people who were here when the equalized rate of $6.60 for the statewide education property tax was established. And so we've been here through the ups and the downs, and who knows, we might actually finally be able to resolve this. I did notice that this bill is on schedule to be exec next week. I'm hoping that that's because the chair decided that it was so clear and made so much sense that he'll be ready to pass it. And if not, then at least I would hope that he would join with his colleagues here to retain the bill, because in fact, in the fullness of time, the day is going to come when the decision will be made that we ought to do something that is constitutional, and this bill does that. It is a simple bill. Now, I don't know about you, but when someone comes before my committee, right now it's Judiciary, and says it's a simple bill, I roll my eyes because I know, we're in for trouble. But the fact is, this is a simple bill, and it's a simple bill that the simplicity of which is supported by our wonderful professionals in the LBA. And if you look at if you read the bill, which isn't too long, and you look at the fiscal note, you could see how easy it would be to take the transition to finally figure out a constitutional way to address the issue of how we fund education. This bill raises money, and that's why we're here and not down the hall. It does not have anything to do with spending money. That's for the other guys to figure out. This bill sets a rate of $5 per 1,000 of equalized property valuation. It does not matter what town you live in, what city you live in. It recognizes that this is a state tax, and under the state constitution, we believe in equal responsibility, and that's all that this bill does. In fiscal year 2026, it would raise about 1.62 billion, that's B as in boy, billion per year, which is approximately 1.26 billion more than in the current $363 million. All swept revenue would be remitted to the Education Trust Fund, not retained locally, as is the current practice. This is a state tax. It is not a local tax. It is not a county tax. It is not a school tax. It is a state tax. And therefore, the state should collect the money and have a direct say in then how that money gets distributed. This does, in fact, eliminate the opportunity for municipalities to retain what has been euphemistically and inaccurately referred to as excess swept. There is no excess swept, just as there are no donor towns. At least if there is a donor town, I don't know where that is. I come from Durham, and in Durham, we actually have to pay our own property taxes. The town does not pay those taxes for us. The city does not pay them. We pay them as property owners. And so, in fact, it is not the town which is donating anything. The town money was never the town's money. What this does is ensures that all taxpayers throughout the state, no matter where they live, will pay the same rate as required by the New Hampshire Constitution. There would be a cost, a one-time cost of $300,000 for DRA to implement the electronic filing and payment system. That's it. This solves two identified problems. Certain property wealthy communities retaining state tax money and using it for purposes that the tax does not exist for, and negative local tax rates for schools in unincorporated locations where we give money for no reason having to do with the purpose of a statewide property tax. The school districts are struggling with ever increasing burdens of health care, energy, and retirement expenses, in addition to their core purposes. The costs of special education have increased and the burden is borne unequally. This bill does not spend any money, but its passage could create opportunities for the state to undertake paying for special education. It could also provide statewide assistance to reduce the swept burden on low and moderate income households. It could do it in a way that is constitutional, equitable, fair, and actually, given the fact that we haven't been able to solve this problem for many, 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 many years, might be a way to get us to yes. And I hope you will give this bill every consideration. I distributed, but I wasn't quite careful enough, I think, a little party favor to each of you, in which with your own, you could see your own town or the town you live in, even though you might represent more than one town, how the swept payments have fit into our inequitable system that we have now. This material was prepared by a former representative, distinguished Republican, who actually taught me how to read a budget many years ago, 30 years ago. And of course, if he hasn't taught you yet, I will tell you one big trick. Begin at the back of the budget. Read that first and then go to the front. But that is, he will be, he's here and he will be testifying, and he has prepared for the clerk a detailed summation of these individual reports that I've shared with you, and would be happy, particularly for those of you who represent more than one town, to give you any additional information that you want. And I think that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Southworth.
Thank you and welcome to Ways and Means.
Thank you, Representative
Representative
Southworth.
Smith. Yeah. I might have missed it. Did you say there was eventually going to be estimates for the individual communities?
Representatives, well, no, wait a minute. What I've showed you.
In terms of the collection?
Oh, communities wouldn't be collecting it.
No. What would
The
be
money
collected
will
from it?
go.
Yeah.
Just as we all, as you know, as we pay the taxes, and this for the first time will have the money clearly go where it belongs, to the education trust fund. And it will not be by town or city or school district. It will be by the person who pays the taxes. In fact, the man behind the tree.
Okay, so follow up. So I understand the $5 figure. I just mean, has anyone tried to play out, as they did previously with the different levels of towns and so on? You had an idea, who the 23 towns with excess, all that.
To me, that's, of course, that's totally irrelevant, since in fact, the towns never have paid and do not and will not pay the taxes. There are very good research organizations that exist in the state, and I'm not sure exactly who, in addition to Representative Hall, former Representative Hall, who will testify, and they might know about that. I don't, because I've always ignored it. I don't believe in donor towns.
Yeah, follow up too.
Against my religion.
I would just suspect, and maybe I didn't word it correctly, that representatives would be very interested, whether they support this or not, of how it impacts their constituents. That's really what I'm asking.
I hear you, but it will depend upon what the property value is that each individual constituent is responsible for, and that's how it will affect them. It does not affect people town by town, city by city, school district by school district. So the other is, could be for amusement, but I would suggest to you that people who have property that's worth $1,000 will pay $5. And if they have property that's worth $1 million, you can do the math yourself. And it's person by person, property owner by property owner. It is not relevant at all to a city or a town.
Okay, Representative Almy.
Hi. I found your chart, which maybe you haven't looked at the last page of this. Gives the percentage of property tax for schools raised by the tax at an equal rate everywhere, which I guess is $5.
Yeah, I have.
And it's different for each of us because it's a different town.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering, you will remember, I think you were having to sit in the back at that point, but you will remember that when we did this the first time, we decided that we thought that we would make the payment come through the I'm trying to remember. I'm full. It went to the town, and then depending upon where you live. I mean, for example, in Durham, we have a cooperative school district, so the money went to the town of Durham, of Lee, and of Madbury, and then the school district had a formula for how much each had to contribute, and that then went on. And meanwhile, the towns got the float, not the state, even though it was state money, the towns got the float. And this, to me, is an example, it's actually my prime example of the value of lobbyists in this state. We don't have our own staff here in the House, except for the wonderful LBA, which you and the Finance Committee benefit from. We depend upon lobbyists to do a lot of the work. And the Municipal Association, it was then a slightly different incarnation, but the Municipal Association was very, very clever. They really pushed to have the money go to the cities and towns, which got the float, and which, by the way, also got extra money to pay for the computer capability that they would need. All of that on what is a state tax. And you have to decide whether you think that that was the best thing to do, whether it's worked well or not. I would suggest to you it hasn't. I'd suggest to you that I would never prejudge using the word judge amusingly, what in fact the judicial branch will do. But if I had to bet, I would bet it will be sooner rather than later that there will be a decision that says enough is enough. We need to have a state tax system that under the existing New Hampshire Constitution requires that everybody pay the same rate without regard to where they live. Not the same bottom line, but the same rate. And that's what's important.
Follow up?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're continuing with the idea that it's the municipalities that are going to identify the property of everybody in the municipality and send a bill to them, collect the money, and then mass it up, count it, and send it straight to the treasurer's office.
That's a good question, Representative Almy. It's not quite how I understood it. My understanding was that what the Department of Revenue Administration would do as part of its usual work of setting rates would do that, and the money would go to the Education Trust Fund. And in terms of the period, is it every 5 years? Is it every 5 years now that they have to reassess?
Redistrict,
Yeah, I think it's for every 5 years.
Right.
You know, nothing
Not
of that changes. Now, maybe that should or shouldn't, but this doesn't deal with this. This only, because it's a simple bill, all it does is raise money using what a number of us believe is constitutionally required. And that is a same rate, regardless of whether you live in, regardless of where you live. Doesn't matter, rich, poor, whatever. One of the things that I particularly like about this bill, Representative Almy, is that it, because of the reasonable, $5 is below the $6.63 that we started with at one point. And of course, that figure can be adjusted, that it is conceivable that there would be enough money raised to address the problems faced by individual property tax payers at the lower end of the income scale. I mean, there might be but that would then affect everybody also. It would say anybody at this level of income could get a break, in effect, and we'd still have enough money to do what we ought to be doing. By the way, this number, you know, we're 50th in the country for what we're spending. This number, or this revenue figure, would put us at about the middle of all states in the United States. And wouldn't it be nice that for this, at least, we wouldn't be first and we wouldn't be last? It would kind of be like the Three Bears, you know, not too hot, not too cold, just right.
Yeah, I'm looking at section 2 on lines 3 to 8. And it looks to me like it's still going to be assessed locally and collected locally and then sent to the state.
I'm glad you're on Ways and Means and I'm not. I don't see it that way, but I would yield to people behind me. I don't know if there's someone here from DRA. I don't know if there's someone here. Oh, I do know there are people here from some other organizations. I can't answer that, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you. To kind of follow up on, it's good to be here.
Thank you, Representative. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am. Almost.
That's okay.
Following up on what Representative Almy just said, if DRA is required to set in paragraph 1 a certain fee or a certain dollar value, that's not part of your bill, but part of the law, then we modify it to be $5. Number one, what do we do with the excess? If there is any. Or what do we do if there's an underage? If there is any. And thirdly, is the distribution going to change? Is this going to do what you intend for it to do is the ultimate question.
This bill is very narrow. All this bill addresses is how we raise the money in order to conform with what many of us believe is our constitutional obligation. What happens after that is the responsibility of the people down the hall. I turned around now because I'm not in the regular meeting, down the hall that way, in the new fancy education committees, and down the hall the other way in finance. How they choose to spend that money related to education is for them. But all I'm trying to do here is to have a constitutionally appropriate, binding way of raising money that means that no matter where you live, you have each taxpayer in the state pays at the same rate, not the same dollar, but the same rate. And this doesn't address any of the myriad questions. It doesn't say, okay, if we raise this money, then maybe we could, this will get some of you very happy. Maybe we could lower another tax or two. Or maybe we could undertake to address the problems of people with limited incomes. Or maybe we can remove the financial responsibility of special education from each school district and have the state take it. Or maybe we could address the long-term problems of the physical deterioration of school buildings. Or maybe we could return to the way that the state had once supported retirement for teachers. There are all kinds of things that the other guys could do. All this does is say, in a fair and equitable and constitutional way, we would be raising money that is state money that would be in the control of the state education trust fund for those decision makers charged with those responsibilities to make the necessary decisions.
Follow up? Yes.
Oh, thank
No,
you
no.
very much.
No.
This was very nice. Can I
No.
leave now?
Yes, I understand what you're trying to do. However, I'm kind of suspicious that it's, you're kind of, number one, the requirement for any taxation is, as Professor Ahern repeatedly, thanks to Representative Almy when she was the chairman, drummed into people, it's got to be equitable and proportionate. This appears to be equitable, that is, it's the same, and it's proportionate because it's proportionate to each one. Don't need to have an equalized value because it's based strictly on whatever the town assesses your property at. That's your local assessment. So that's fine, but it's going to if it raises a pot of money and it goes into the education trust fund, then the distribution of the funds or how it's proportionally set out isn't clear as to whether this is going to raise the funds that you wish. And the follow-on question to that, wouldn't it then make it exceptionally easy in a budget reconciliation activity to raise this from 5 to 5.5 to 6 to 6.5 to 7 to 8 to 20 on the part of the succeeding legislatures?
With what I would say in response to that, Representative Ulrey, is not if you're still here and on the Ways and Means Committee.
Time's limited.
Well, I understand that, but you know, if we can't, I mean, we are responsible for setting the policy of the state. And sometimes we make the right decisions, and sometimes we make the wrong decisions, and sometimes we make decisions that are right at one point, but the world around us changes, and so too do those people who are elected. And we see that every 2 years, and this isn't going to change that. This isn't going to change the fact that the legislature is responsible for setting the policy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'm sorry.
Has been on a while, you know. It's a blind spot, I understand.
Yeah.
No, it's just you.
Thank you for taking my question again. I did figure out the answer to the other. I can just take several people's incomes and do the math and have an idea of a high, middle, low. So I understand that now. So I think you really clarified that you're raising the funds. They're going to the Education Trust Fund. Would you agree that your next goal is really to have a fair distribution chart like we've had before? So, you know, that you're wanting to have a chart that really helps the state as a whole and certain needy sections like special ed or whatever. You're turning it over to someone else, but would that be your hope?
Representative Southworth, I believe strongly in the importance of public education in a democratic, small d, in a democracy. I think that it is our obligation as adults, not just as legislators, to do everything that we can to meet the educational needs of everybody in this state. How best to do that varies. I mean, I will tell you right off, for example, that there are not a lot of people in the caucus I preside in who are enthusiastic about public charter schools. I happen to be a supporter of public charter schools because I believe that having choices about how a particular child can best learn are important, as long as when we are using public dollars, our dollars, there must be standards, there must be accountability, there must be transparency. All of that, I think, is important. But I'm not going to say, therefore, it must be X, Y, or Z. I won't do that. And look, if I were, if I had my druthers, I would say I was in charge and I would make all the decisions, and, I'd be happy with all the decisions. But that not being the world that I live in, I continue to be willing, and maybe I'm naive, I continue to be willing to trust in the ability of people with disparate views, with disparate backgrounds, with disparate goals, to figure out how responsibly to come together, and not to create a perfect world, but to at least move us in the right direction.
Thank you.
Now, seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and do remember my suggestions for next week when you expect this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair Janigan. I have the coveted position of getting to follow Representative Smith on this piece of legislation. So I'm here today as a co-sponsor. I think Representative Smith handled this conversation quite well, just to affirm my support for the fair rate that would be set up in this legislation. To bring a little personal story forward, I grew up in the Monadnock region, born in Keene. I went to school in the Conval School District, and while we had a great, well-funded school with a lot of opportunities and a lot of different venues open to us as students, right down the road, 10 minutes down the road in the neighboring town of Jaffrey, they had about 10 times less the opportunities and the pathway for success that I did, simply because of the unequitable rate of the funding for education. That to me is just an unacceptable reality for the kids in our state, because it leaves people with the haves and the have-nots. The haves and the have-nots, that's a tongue twister. And I don't think that's an appropriate situation for our state, especially given the fact that we, in our Constitution, have education, and a good education, as a founding tenet to the state. So, Chair Janigan, that's all I have to say. I believe in a fair rate for all taxpayers in the state of New Hampshire, as opposed to shifting that burden onto certain towns as opposed to others. The burden, if we are going to have a statewide education tax, should be statewide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions from the committee? And I'm specifically making sure that Representative Southworth's light is not on. Thank you, Representative Wheeler. Okay, next up, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. To me, this bill is like a big slice of chocolate cake. It's extremely tempting. If this were to pass, it would certainly make my life as a member of the Finance Committee way, way easier than it is at this moment. Right? This bill will raise another, what is it, $800–900 million or something that we don't have going into the budget right now. And the budget is extremely tight. I mean, we're at the, looking under the couch cushions for loose change type of stage here. And, but it's, and there's parts of this bill that I certainly will vote for and are in other bills. Going along with the Rand decision, I think is correct. I think the court's ruling and logic on the Constitution is correct on that one. So that's that $28 million number that you see in the fiscal note. We have that in, I'm also a member of the Education Funding Committee. We have that in 2 other bills in front of our committee. You could certainly argue that having a fixed dollar amount of $363 million for statewide property tax is, it was set many, many years ago. Certainly there's been inflation since then. When we were working on the budget, we used 2019 as a kind of a base to kind of get before COVID and up to today. And there's been, just in those 6 years, there's been 25% inflation. So you could easily argue that that number should be 500 million or something like that. But to have a tax increase of that magnitude, though, our citizens are going to would have to pay it. I mean, it's just, it's a lot more money collected. Now, you can argue, well, if all we're going to do is rebate that money to other taxpayers, right? To others that are paying less statewide property tax or more local property tax. And some of that will happen, right? So I think should this bill pass in this current form, some of it will end up going back either to, directly to those taxpayers or to towns, schools. But I have a feeling that given the way we are with the budget, not all will. Some of it will be used to fill some of the holes that we have in the budget, and that will be a real tax increase. I came in at the tail end of some of your discussion. I do think if it's an issue and you were to implement something like this, it would have to be based on equalized valuation, not on sort of nominal valuation, and I'm not sure that's correct in the bill as is. What else? Anyways, I guess I'm happy to answer questions. This is a tough subject. I would suggest, if you're the final committee on this, that there are some bills from my Education Funding Committee that have a chance to pass and will come here as a second committee perhaps. So you might want to wait and not exec this tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know if this is like an early bill from your point of view or not. So I'm happy to answer questions.
To answer your question, it is an early bill.
So it will go to finance, is that it? Okay.
Yeah, most likely.
All right, so maybe that's the, we'll get a whole bunch of these kind of bills in finance, and then we'll merge them and shuffle them. One thing that we will deal with, assuming it passes education funding, is we have a bill that that imposes a school budget cap. Along with this kind of an idea, right? So more money coming in, but you can't spend more, and therefore it all has to go out to other property taxpayers. Basically, kind of flatten the curve of property tax, I guess. And so that's another thing we'll have to think about.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. If this were to pass, it's kind of the same question I asked Representative Smith. If this were to pass, it would create a big chunk of money going into the Educational Trust Fund. If it's in the Educational Trust Fund, it has to stay there. It can't come out, correct?
Yes.
And it would continue to build and continue to build. So there would be this huge amount of money in the Educational Trust Fund. The purpose would be to spend it. And the reference was made to New Hampshire being 50th as far as money is being spent. But I think we're somewhere in the top quarter of states that regarding educational excellence. So we're spending less and getting a better result.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let me get into that. So what people commonly say is we're in the top 5 in results. All right, I personally think our results are pretty horrible. It's just that we're in the top 5 compared to even worse, right, elsewhere, right? So the actual numbers in terms of these standardized tests that are used all over the country are that roughly 50% of our students can read at grade level, and only about 40% can do math at grade level. So those are horrible numbers, in my opinion. But they are what they are, and like I said, other places are even worse. So I wouldn't rest on our laurels in any sense of the word. Your other question about the contents of the Education Trust Fund, you're right that the way the law is now, the Education Trust Fund is a non-lapsing fund, and if it ever ran out, it would get refilled from the general fund, but it doesn't go the other way. However, the other taxes that we put into the fund, other than lottery has to go into the education trust fund. But we put a significant amount of BET, BPT, liquor, et cetera, monies into that fund. And that there's no particular reason that we have to continue those at the same level. I think it's likely, were this bill to pass, that we would, to some degree, lower that level of those other taxes going. We're going to have to do that anyways, because right now, that fund is flush with cash and the general fund is under, right? If I remember the numbers right, this current fiscal year is projected education plus general funds to come in at roughly 200 million below plan. And you guys probably know that number better than I do. But at the end of the biennium, the education trust fund is projected to have over $100 million left in it, but the general fund is projected to have negative 80 or 90 or something like that, right? So we're going to have to readjust what goes into the education trust fund from business taxes and other taxes. It's inevitable.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I hadn't really thought before of how we had managed, which we have a couple of times, to take money away from the education trust fund when we could use it better in the general fund. But thank you for that explanation. I am wondering, you seem to think that there's something valuable in the bill itself, not necessarily the 5, and that it would be useful in your education policy committee, funding committee. But it is an early bill, and we have to put something in a blurb that would allow it to go forward without liking some of the stuff that's in it, at least some of us. So do you have any suggestions?
Yes, thanks for the question. Well, again, whether this particular bill goes forward or not, like I said, we do have the RAND type of stuff in at least 2 other bills in front of my committee. I expect at least one of those to pass. The other part about changing this is the main part of this, is changing the 363 million, both increasing it and also changing it to away from a fixed dollar amount and toward a variable amount, a mill rate type of an amount. That's up to you guys. I mean, I think as long as you make sure that it's equalized valuation, it's not. I don't think it would be horrible to be a mill rate. I mean, that would tend to take the inflation aspects out of it, right? That it would sort of tend to track with inflation over time. That's not that part alone is not super objectionable to me. It's more just, you got to look at this as a big tax increase. That's my main message. And so, are you comfortable with that tax increase? I don't know.
So you're basically saying, let's say that we ITL this bill. You already have other bills in the committee that are addressing this similar issue.
That address RAND, absolutely. I don't know that we have another bill that specifically changes the 363 million. So that aspect of it, actually, I'm not sure. So maybe I can try to get back to you on that part.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, my understanding is that whether we're in the top 5 because of our achievement or in the top 5 because the other 45 are worse. Is based on the fact that the state of New Hampshire is 50th in terms of the state contribution to public education. And so whatever success we might enjoy comes mainly, if not almost exclusively, on the backs of property taxpayers. In my community, those property taxpayers are really struggling. We don't have the assessed valuation that some other communities, some neighboring communities have. So I hope you will understand that I find it difficult to be able to go back to my district and explain to them the belief here that the Education Trust Fund is overflowing, and yet they're struggling with property tax bills to make sure that their kids have a decent education, even though it's completely dependent on the zip code that they live in.
All right, I understand. Thank you for the question. And I had meant to address this a little bit more. So we are 50th. You're absolutely right. We're 50th in terms of state moving money from state level taxes to education, right? I don't think we're 50th or even close in terms of the amount we spend for education, right? Total spending on education statewide, K through 12, is approaching $4 billion a year, on public education. So, I mean, which is averaging about close to $22,000 a kid. So that's a lot of money, right? I mean, that nationally is not low. So, but you're right, only a small amount of that is coming from state level resources, right? So
perhaps you missed my point. You are correct that we spend a substantial amount of money on public education in the state of New Hampshire, and whether it's the rest of the states aren't as good as we are, or we're better than them, whatever it is, we're achieving something with those contributions, with the amount of money we spend. But the amount of money we spend, don't you agree, is coming from property taxpayers. It is coming from towns and cities, and it's coming from places like my town who struggle to afford to be able to provide their children with the best possible education that they can afford, and in some cases recently have been attacked for doing so.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And you're absolutely right. I mean, the bulk of money spent is property tax, right? Even this is property tax right here, right? I mean, that's our biggest tax, right? I mean, we don't have another tax. I mean, we have business taxes and so on, but they pale in comparison to property tax in terms of our, that's our major tax source here. And for a very long time, hundreds of years, school funding has been a local matter, right? I mean, the Part 1, Article 6 of the Constitution said that the localities will hire teachers, quote, at their own expense. And it said that from when the Constitution was adopted until 1968, right? So, schools are a local thing, right? And so doing this is a big change, right? I mean, it changes it from a local thing to a more of a statewide thing, and that's going to inevitably affect local control and things like that. Now, one other thing I'll tell you that I've learned about education is that, and I would suggest you go to a website called Edunomics, EDUnomics. It's from the Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. And they take the data from our Department of Ed and all the other Department of Eds around the state and display it in a really accessible way. But they have displays where they show results in schools, test scores versus spending in schools down to the individual school level. So you can look at your school and your school and your school and see where you are. How's my test scores? How's my spending per pupil? And what's surprising about it is there's essentially zero correlation between spending and test scores. Okay, we have some schools in this state are spending $15,000 a kid, and we have others that are spending $30,000 a kid, and it looks like a big, polka dot or something, chart. There isn't a correlation. Where there is correlation, and this you would expect, is between sort of family circumstance and test scores, right? So if you're from a disadvantaged family, this would be what we would call free and reduced lunch, right? So when those things are, when a high percentage of a school's students are from economically disadvantaged families, they have low test scores. When they're from wealthier families, they have high test scores. But what that means is, I think education makes people wealthier, right? And so kids are more like their parents, right? I mean, if they're good in school, they'll be in those higher levels, and if they're not so good in school, they'll be in the lower, and those things carry on. But in terms of just sort of thinking that a poor performing school, if it spends more, it will necessarily move up the test score level. It'd be nice if that were true, but it really doesn't seem to be.
My last question, Representative, do you believe that test scores are the only or even the best measure of outcomes in education?
I'm not sure I know enough about that. I mean, I know it's the data we have, right? So you could probably look at fraction going to college, some of that kind of stuff, but I would think they would all sort of correlate. And I don't know that any other kind of data is available. So.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, I have Douglas Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to my local state rep, Cy, isn't here today. The only other person on the committee that I know is Representative Almy up there. I should give you some sense of why I'm here, and it has to do with my background. I was a member of this House for 4 terms, and in 3 of those terms on the Finance Committee, I was responsible for school funding, the Division II. And this was before the Claremont decisions, when we had the old so-called Augenblick formula. And school funding was an issue then, just as it is an issue now. At that time, when I first went on that committee, the new governor, Judd Gregg, came to the New Hampshire House and said, we've got to cut the budget. John Sununu had just left and Judd Gregg had taken over. And it's not unlike what you're hearing today, which is the next budget cycle is going to be a big problem. And Judd Gregg's plan was to remove all state funding from the public schools with the exception of the lottery. So that was my first inauguration with the question of school funding. I only served 4 terms. I decided not to run again. But then I became the founding executive director of the New Hampshire Center for Public Policy Studies. And 2 years later, the Claremont decisions were issued, and I helped organize the first major conference here in New Hampshire about how to define and cost an adequate education. And watched the legislature here go through 2 years, really, from 1997 to 1999, trying to come up with a plan to respond to those decisions. What I can tell you right now is the plan that was passed in 1999, if everybody had left well enough alone, there would be no lawsuits in front of the courts right now. A $6.60 property tax, equalized value, and by the way, House Bill 669 does need to be amended in that section 2 to make sure it's clear that what's being described is a $5 rate on equalized value. But a $6.60 rate would take care, think of it, if $5 raises an additional 1.2 billion, what would a 6.6 raise? There would be enough money in the Education Trust Fund, if everything had been left alone, to have no problem in front of you in regard to school funding. The material I've provided you, Representative Smith gave you the 2 charts for the town you live in, but on the material I provided you, I put all the towns from all the committee members, because I want to make a point about that. First, this bill solves 3 problems. It makes the statewide education property tax at whatever rate a valid constitutional tax by making sure that everybody pays the same rate. That's important. It sets a fixed rate by legislative action. What other tax, as Ways and Means Committee, what other tax do you give some state agency bureaucracy the ability to change the rate from year to year? I don't know of any. At least no major tax. The insurance tax, the communications tax, the business taxes, they're changed by legislative action. This bill would put the statewide property tax back in the same set of conditions. It'll raise 1.26 billion of additional revenue above the 363 million that has been raised this year. The bill does not say how it would be spent. You've pointed that out. You understand that. And that's important because, and it means that we can't identify town by town, what would this mean? Because we don't know what the distribution mechanism would be. And here's where this year's organization of the process is going to be causing a problem. In 1999, there was no Ways and Means Committee. There had been an Appropriations Committee and a Ways and Means Committee for some years, appropriations being what we now call finance. But in 1999, Ways and Means was collapsed in one committee. The Finance Committee was responsible both for raising the revenue and for spending it. So pieces fit together in that committee. This year, you have your work and you have at least 2 finance committees, the School Finance Committee and the Large Finance Committee, trying to solve this problem of school finance. So it's harder for you than it was in 1999. In 1999, the bill that passed to set this up was a Republican bill. Donna Sitek was Speaker of the House. Neil Kirk, some of you may remember Neil. It hasn't been too many years since he's been here, but Neil Kirk was chair of that Finance Committee and supported that bill, House Bill 999, in 1999. Okay, so on these charts that I've given you, I want to point out a couple things. For each town, 1996, 1997, 1998, on the left side of each chart, that was the local tax rate for schools in those years in each town. And you will notice that those tax rates before reform were higher than the 1999 tax rates after reform. Every town saw a reduction in its property taxes. It can be done. Now, second thing to look at in these charts, starting with 1999, you'll note that the bar has two portions. The black lower portion, or blue, I guess, in the color ones. The blue lower portion is the local school tax rate, and the lighter upper portion is the statewide property tax rate. So when you stack the two, that's the total tax rate in that community, equalized tax rate. Notice that in your town, in all of the towns here, that in 1999, almost half of the property taxes being raised in the town were swept. Now go over to the far right, 2023, the year isn't there, but the far right column. Notice that the statewide property tax, the upper little piece, is less than 10% of the total property taxes being raised for school. What does that mean? It means that 20 some years ago, 25 years ago, 25, 26 years ago, half of the property taxes were being raised by an equal rate paid by every property owner in the state. Now, it's only 10% of the property taxes that fund school that are being raised in a constitutionally valid manner. That's why there are two lawsuits out there, the Conval lawsuit and the Rand lawsuit. If House Bill 999 from 1999 were still in effect, those lawsuits wouldn't have been necessary to be filed. And there'll be decisions coming down, hopefully in the next couple months, that are going to force some decisions upon you and your finance committee members. And I would hope that you can at least retain this bill so that it's available if the New Hampshire Supreme Court makes a decision, issues its decision on March 20th, that you've got a bill that you can work with. There's one other thing that I'd like to, well, maybe two other things I'd like to add. One had to do with a question about that Representative McGuire was asked about achievement levels. And yes, New Hampshire students are among the top 5 states in the country when you use any of the sort of readily available national achievement tests. And that makes us feel good. Did you know that there are quite a few school districts in this state where those results are lower than the lowest state in the country? The issue to be dealt with by making education a state responsibility, which the Constitution requires, is to ensure that students, no matter where they are, have an opportunity to achieve well. Our average is good. Our distribution is all over the place because we rely on unequal property taxes to fund the majority of educational costs. I'll leave it at that.
Questions? Representative Spar.
Thank you, Chair. Your statement 3 here in your front page, you said that that allowing for a reduction of the same amount in local property taxes if you're raising 1.26 billion for the state education, allowing for a reduction of the same amount in local property taxes. But that wouldn't necessarily apply for each different town or district, right? You're just saying.
That's correct.
So
That's
some
correct.
towns will benefit more, some
Yes.
will lose more.
So I can tell you for just the ones here, without the numbers on the distribution, but generally speaking, the communities with low property wealth per pupil, such as Charlestown, would benefit greatly, and the taxpayers there would benefit greatly. On the other hand, towns with high property value per pupil, which there aren't many within this committee, by the way, the Lakes Region towns and the Rye and Seacoast towns are not so well represented in this committee, but those towns might well see an increase in their taxes. But how to actually calculate it, it depends on what the distribution mechanism is. So if the distribution of $800 million, which is about what special education costs, total costs, transportation, everything, okay, if that $800 million is sent out based on each district's special education costs, you get one change in tax rate. If it's sent out by increasing the base cost per pupil to $12,000, you get a different change in tax rates until you can match how the money in the education trust fund is going to be distributed. You can't come up with exact numbers for each town.
Follow. If you were the king, how would you do it that we feel was equitable and also would be palatable to all these different taxing districts or different value districts?
If I were a member of the House again, which I'm actually glad I'm not. I only get to come in once, maybe a year. If I were a member of the House, I would say that special education is one of the biggest problems in education in terms of funding, because highly expensive kids can move from one town to the next town and then back to the town they were in. And all of a sudden, this sets off cycling of budgets that makes no sense. So I would find a way, kind of an insurance policy that every district pays into through its statewide property tax, pays into an insurance policy, and that insurance policy, just like fire insurance, pays out where the need is. That would be one thing I'd do. That'd take about $800 million. 1.26 billion gives you another 400 million beyond the special ed. So if it were up to me, I'd put 200 million of that into a homestead exemption for everybody. Give them $100,000 of exemption on their primary residence, so that the property tax rate paid by businesses and vacation homes is different from that on a person's home. I would do that. And I might also increase the base cost per pupil by another $200 million and see at the end, how does that look? How do we feel about that?
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I have Zach Sheehan.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. It's my first time in this committee this year, so for those of you who don't know, we're a nonprofit organization based here in Concord. primary purpose of our organization is we do a lot of educational activities around the state, talking about school funding, property taxes, some of the history, a lot of the stuff you've heard today, some of the potential policy solutions, and then we follow a few bills each year that are related directly to school funding and property taxes. While that's being passed out, just a few pieces I want to highlight that have been said by previous speakers. House Bill 669 would solve a number of the kind of constitutional questions being raised by the school funding lawsuit, specifically the Rand lawsuit. That decision around the constitutionality of SWEPT is pending a decision in the Supreme Court, and as you've heard mentioned earlier, it could be coming down any day at this point. Also, by changing it from the $363 million, which is this locked kind of arbitrary rate or amount, to a rate, would make it more of a true tax that could be adjusted and would keep up with inflation and changing costs. So what I've passed out, I didn't set it up like this. I assumed this is where the conversation would go. I've kind of taken a different approach. I've given a hypothetical for what if this money raised by SWEPT were spent in a specific way. So what I did was we took two bills currently being heard in front of the House Education Funding Committee, House Bill 603 and House Bill 550. House Bill 603 would effectively pay for all special education costs, which actually Doug was just talking about $800 million. So just all expenses we are currently paying for special education costs, House Bill 603 would pay for that. House Bill 550 would effectively do the ruling in the Conval lawsuit, which is from the Superior Court ruling back from November 2023, which would increase base adequacy, that's the amount going to every single student in every school district, from the 4,100 and change it is now to the 7,356 in Judge Ruoff's ruling. So combining those two bills, it's a little more than what this bill would raise, but it's about 1.3 billion, right? So what I wanted to kind of show was what would be if you took that money in through this House Bill 669 in a true statewide tax at $5 per thousand, and then you turn around and paired it with two bills that are currently being considered, that have been proposed or being considered in another committee, and sent that money back to communities, and they didn't increase their school budgets, right? Because we're kind of talking about taxes. What's the tax impact? So if they increased their property tax rates, that was paired with increased funding from the state in the form of these two bills. That increased funding the state they used to offset their local property taxes, right? This is a hypothetical, right? If I could wave a magic wand and have that be where it plays out, which I think was some of the earlier questions. The impact here, you can see town by town what the overall school property tax impact would be. Most school, some high level pieces, the median equalized value, equalized school property tax rate would decrease from currently it's $9.37 to $8.11. We'd see a shaving off of the communities that pay the highest rate. So no community would have an equalized school property tax rate, that's state and local combined, above $11 per thousand. Currently, there are 81 communities that pay more than $11 per thousand, all the way up to $16.10, which is Brookline right now. 172 communities would see a reduction. 30 communities would see an increase of under $1 per thousand. So there would be some communities that see an increase. The vast majority would see a decrease. We'd really shave off the top, the highest tax rate districts to pull them down from that $15,000, $16,000 per thousand to under 11. Obviously, this is a hypothetical, but I tried to use very real numbers and data from two other school funding bills, just to kind of give a sense of where this could go if paired with other elements. A few more points I want to make, and then I'm happy to answer any questions about this, what I provided here or the bill in general. I just want to reiterate that the 50th in the country piece is the state share. And so what I'm kind of modeling is what if we shifted without increasing the size of the pie for total education spending, right? So still about $4 billion. What if we shifted some of that responsibility from local property taxpayers to the state, right? So that we were no longer 50th in the country, but as Representative Smith pointed out, somewhere in the middle, right? And that's kind of what I'm showing here in that shift, not an increase in public education spending in particular. Another point around concerns around increasing property taxes for some of the communities that would not see an offset in the model I've laid out. we have other mechanisms. Doug just mentioned a homestead exemption. There's also the low and moderate property tax relief program, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, that we currently have in statute that we basically just don't fund, right? That is an active program that we have that provides property tax relief for people in the state on their SWEPT that we don't put enough money into, and the limits are so low that it's not really an accessible fund. The average rebate's about $200. So that could be another idea for making sure that individuals in the communities that might see a tax increase would have the rebate and the relief there, so that their total tax bill would not change based on their income. The last piece I guess I would want to make is just a comment that was made by Representative McGuire around effectively money not having an impact on school outcomes. That is not a settled statement. That is actually highly disputed, and there's a lot of evidence that shows that money does impact outcomes and opportunities for students, especially when taking into account specific needs. Like, to his point, if you're coming from a low-income background, we know that in general, students from low-income backgrounds struggle. And we also know that when we have money invested in communities or in school districts with higher proportions of students with low income, it has a huge impact and return on investment, to kind of use that language. So plenty of evidence out there to show that money does matter, and especially when you target it in a specific way, such as special education needs or for students coming from low income backgrounds. So those are a few of those points. Happy to answer any questions about the bill or anything I've handed out here today.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last pink card I have is Bruce Nur from DRA. If we have, does anyone have questions for DRA? Seeing none, thank you for being here. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 669. Okay, that concludes today's public hearings. Before anyone leaves, we're going to hear from Chris Shea, who's got a whole bundle of information in his hands.
Oh, you have people? Yeah. No, we don't.
So, Chris, if you'd like to explain.
Yep,
what
I'll
we've
just
got
go
here.
through real quick with you. So there's two documents. The one that's dated February 12th, 2025, final, is basically a completion of the document you've been seeing each day up until today. So it doesn't have the splits in it. It's just everything combined. A little bit easier sometimes to look at when you're trying to look at the numbers. The second one is the document that provides the general fund education trust fund split. And if you go to page 5, you can start to see that under columns A, B, and C, there's your business taxes. Column A is the general fund portion of that. The column B is the education trust fund, and then column C is the total of the two. That column C you should find in the other report I referenced. And that's how this goes through for each of those pieces or those taxes that are split, which do include your business taxes, meals and rooms, tobacco, rent, and meals and rooms. I did say meals and rooms, so I got it twice. Nothing new here other than the splits, but when you turn to page 9, that just provides you the total. So column AC is the total, as you've been seeing all along. And then if you turn to page 10, you'll see the totals by funding source. So you'll see that column AD is the general fund portion of your revenue. So that's the total that you've estimated for each of those years. And then the AE is the total for the education trust fund. And then again, another total that combines the two. So you can just see that everything foots and ties. I think just to point out, because I was listening to the testimony that was going on, and Representative McGuire, who has not seen these figures yet, suggested the education trust fund is flush with cash, and we should end the year with about $100 million. That was correct until you guys finalized your estimates. And if you look at row 7 in column AE, you got 1.283 billion. And then you look at row 10, column AE, it drops to 1.189 billion. So there's, almost $100 million drop. That will eat up any surplus that's remaining in the education trust fund. So I just showing you how important the numbers are that you're coming up with, and how this will be probably looked at when the other members start to see this. So that's it generally.
Thank you, Chris. Where's the, that's the education trust fund. So the education trust fund, that one, column AE, line row 10, you're saying 1.189 represents
Your
roughly
estimate.
No, I understand. But,
Okay,
but
yeah.
basically a break even based on the way things are tracking.
Right. It would drain the potential surplus that was in the education trust fund. So as was mentioned to the committee, in 2023, when you looked at the surplus statement that we had at that time, there was an estimate there would be approximately $230 million in the education trust fund by the end of 2025. That has been decreasing each year, partly because the revenues aren't coming in on that side of the equation as strong as they should have or could have, as well as some of the funding that comes out of the education trust fund are for things, adequacy, charter schools, EFAs, all which have an open warrant ability, so that because they're all estimates, the ability to make sure that these 3 areas pay for the children that they are supposed to pay for. So the commissioner has an open warrant to take care of that. So you've seen some adjustments each year related to that. But I just wanted to mention it because I heard it in the last public hearing. Just at any opportunity we can get to message that, just so people understand that we may not be as flush with money as we were, a year ago, or even maybe 6 months ago.
Okay, so then if we look at column AD on page 10.
Yep.
AD. I know, now I'm
Yep.
asking a question about the general fund.
Yep.
So row 7 is the official plan.
Yes, sir.
Row 10 is our estimate. So obviously our estimate is about 62 million below the plan. Where are we tracking on that one right now?
So before your estimates here, we had it was north of $25 million deficit in general funds.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact amount, but we update it every 30 days or so.
Yeah, I think I do remember that.
So what you've heard is that the governor has a hiring freeze. She issued an executive order to do a hiring freeze. So that's one way that the governor's taking care of the executive branch and trying to control some of the potential shortfall in the general fund. There may be other things that are occurring or will occur in the next few months, but it is something to be keeping an eye on, going forward. And for Finance Committee, as they start their work, that's something that Mike Kane will continually be reminding them of is, status of where we are, or anticipated where we are.
Yeah.
And then the last couple pages, again, are the highway fund and the fishing game fund. You guys completed those the other day. They haven't changed. I will put these documents on our webpage. I didn't do that yet in case there was some issue or concern that you needed to change something.
Yes.
In the digital version versus the one you just handed out, the language, and it's just a minor thing.
Yeah.
Bring me off for a second. The page 3, first chart.
Yes. Yeah, I caught it when I was sitting next. Yep.
Not a big deal.
No, I appreciate that. I did catch it when I was sitting there, and I'd already printed the copy, so I was like, let's leave it. Yep. This is 2 mistakes in 2 days. I know. I'm getting older.
And huge mistakes.
So I do have one other gift for you when you're done talking about revenues. Our office completes our biennial report, and as part of the statute, we need to deliver it to the Ways and Means Committee members as well. So basically, it gives a kind of a summary of our budget office as well as our audit office, some of the audit topics that we've worked on. There's little blurbs for those. It'll give you a little bit of statistics on the number of fiscal notes our office deals with, fiscal impact statements for rules, and just some of what our duties are. So it's more of an interest read, tonight when you're at home and you're looking for something to do. Yes, sir.
Question?
So this is an audit by yourselves of yourselves.
It's just a report, not an audit. It's a moment to tell you all the good things we've done.
You did a good job.
Yes.
All right, before Chris passes that out, does anyone have any questions or concerns about these handouts? Because now the next step will be for you to come on February 21st with, 19th.
Yep.
With a resolution.
That's correct. So if the committee's okay with what they've been presented today and they want me to move forward, I'll go do that.
Yeah. I mean, I looked at it last night. I didn't see anything different than what we agreed to yesterday, but if somebody has different thoughts, let us know. But yeah, so at this point, barring any last minute changes, I think, resolution would be in order.
All right, we'll do that.
And then we will be, so on the 19th, we'll be executing the resolution. And then there's about 8 bills. Actually, I think it already came out in your email. You should already have Wednesday scheduled. There's like 8 bills I think we're going to exec after that. And the Friday isn't out yet, but it's coming. Email is down from what I understand. So there'll also be, you'll see same thing scheduled for Friday. And again, as I said yesterday, that's a snow date. So, because I don't anticipate, nor do I want to come in Friday, I think we can get it all done Wednesday, the 19th. And that's Friday, the 21st, by the way, I'm talking about, not this Friday. So, yeah, so we should meet on Wednesday, the 19th, exec all that, and then have the following week completely off, and then be back in March, and I'll, that schedule will come out sometime with the calendar that comes out the end of February. Any questions before we move on to the final document here? Okay.
It's not a review, but.
No, it's just just being passed out. So that pretty much ends today's meeting, unless anyone has any questions or concerns. Is there anything you were going to talk to about this, or we're all set? Okay.
Just wanted to give it to you.